Goeiemorgen and good morning all the way from Mashatu. Of course, I am super ecstatic already this early on because we have elephants. My name is Lisa and I will be one of your naturalists today, taking you on a wonderful journey through the African bush. And hopefully we see a lot today. I'm surprised we actually have elephants. We also had some wildebeest already here at Mashatu. So I'm very, very happy. I am so thrilled that we are starting our day with elephants. They are, of course, very, very close to my heart. We've also had wildebeest here this morning already. And to be honest, when I saw the weather here, I was not too optimistic because yesterday and the day before it has been rather cloudy and cold. So I think that sort of deterred the animals from coming to the water, just, staying into the bush, getting some shelter. But as always, our elephants are spoiling us. But speaking of cloudy and overcast, let's have a look and see what the weatherman says about today. It seems like it's going to be a bit of everything. Bit of cold, bit of hot, perhaps some rain. But you never know. Of course, the bush does need the rain, so we never complain about that. And of course, the animals do enjoy it too when the water holes fill up and the trees get their new green leaves. So it's always good for the bush. And our other naturalists have had a pretty wet morning as well on sunrise safari. But I always say that's the best safaris. When it's wet and you don't even have to see animals. You can just drive around, or actually I should say ski around on the roads. A lot of fun, but hopefully it stays like this here today at Mashatu and we'll get to see a lot of animals. Hi, little one. And they're off, on the move, carrying on with their day. I always wonder, where are you headed next? What is the plan? Whoa, koalas are saying good morning again. Photo bombing as always, I love it. Dorothy, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Definitely, I too am looking forward to some awesome sightings at Mashatu today, as well as Ukukuyo, and of course Djuma, hopefully, if the weather persists or allows us actually. And yes, hopefully we'll see some incredible things today. But just like Dorothy, please do get in touch with us if you have any questions or comments or anything particularly you would like us to look for today or chat about or learn about. Please do let us know, because this is your safari and we would love for you to enjoy it. Just want to. Ooh, there's another. Did I look correctly now? Yes, there is another elephant. Still sticking around. When this elephant 2 takes off, I just want to see if we can spot our quillias for the day. It's always a treat to look at them. And of course, as I've said this many a times, with weather like this, it can always be a hit or miss. Sometimes it can be super busy, sometimes it can be like average, and other times it can be very quiet. Of course, the animals feel different things than we do, especially the elephants. Almost like cows, when you see cows lying down generally, then there's heavy weather coming. But of course, that's not always the case. But I do believe that they know way more than us. Lorraine, that's a brilliant question and something I always enjoy discussing. How do elephants communicate? So, of course, when they are in distress or when one is throwing a tantrum or there's perhaps any danger around, they will trumpet. Yesterday, we did quite a few animal imitations. I can't do an elephant trumpet, it's just like a. I don't know. But that on steroids, like way louder. But yes, predominantly they actually communicate through rumbling, which is like a. And more often than not, it's inaudible to the human ear. So they will often feel the vibrations through the ground and the swirl when they're walking, or even just when they perhaps drinking water or something. And of course, that's how they communicate. So even, if we can't hear it, they will have those frequencies and vibrations and everything that they can actually chat to one another, whether it's, okay, let's move on, or, all right, I don't like this water hole anymore. Whatever the case may be, that is how they talk to one another. And of course, the matriarch is in charge of a herd, but they will all communicate with each other. It's not like there's a hierarchy of you're young, you're not allowed to talk or anything. So they're very, very social animals and very family set. That's what I love about them as well. They are so, so good at protecting one another. Even if there's a tiny baby and mommy is perhaps just, quickly busy catching up on some eating or something, there's always an aunt, your cousin, or someone that's looking after the little one as well. So they are very, very set on protecting each other. It's almost like a mafia, you don't mess with any. When you mess with one, you mess with all of them. And I think that's often why the little ones can be so cheeky. Because they know if anything messes with them, either mommy or cousin or uncle or whoever is part of that herd will definitely stick up for them. Just quickly want to take a look to our left as well. Just see if there's not perhaps more elephants, because generally, you focus on one animal. I think they do it on purpose. You're so distracted by one, and then something else is happening on the other side of the water as well. No, luckily we are not missing out on any other elephants this side. This one is just having a complete... He's just, on his own mission. Sometimes, you just need some space and some me time. He's just absolutely in the zone, this one.
Halloween is now nearing. Creepy things keep appearing. They call me Pumpkin Ben, and this is my skeleton friend. Who might they be? Come along and you will see. We'll be talking about creepies and crawlies galore, and by the end of it you'll be wishing no more. So come one and all, if you don't feel too scared, to our fireside chat on Halloween. Be
I'm not too sure where this noisy goose is. Must just be out of reach for us. As are our quillias, because I don't see them unless I'm missing them. But I do not see them. You can hear everything going on, but cannot see them. Oh, there you are, you noisy bird. Never mind, those are not Egyptian geese. Those are haridas. Any of you that were with us yesterday know how fond I am of them. Very noisy birds. But no, they're of course, just sort of probing the moist soil so they can sort of get all of the creepy crawlies, worms, everything, get some breakfast. Amy, good morning. You would like to know which bird do I think has the most bizarre call? Definitely these haridas. They literally, I think they're afraid of heights. When they're flying, it's a horrible noise. It's like Um, and then, of course, your grey go-away bird as well, which used to be called a grey luri. But it's now called a go-away bird because when they vocalize, it's literally, it sounds like they're saying, go away, go away. And then a crow as well, but Mr. Donovan does that pretty well. After that, I will never try to imitate a crow. But they are also pretty noisy. But of course, you know, various birds have very, very crazy sounds. So it really does depend. I'm really super excited to see what today has to offer. The animals and all of the various things that we can see. It's always interesting, you know, to compare the different sightings you can have in this weather. I've had a lot of safaris in this weather, you know, where you see a lot of animals. And then, you know, I've had safaris where you struggle to even see an impala. Which actually, coming to think of it, I have not seen in the past few days here at Mashatu. Well, I'm going to be patiently waiting for our animals in our various locations with the water holes. But in the meantime, let's head over to Nick to say good morning.
Copy. Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Beautiful morning this morning. Things are heating up nicely. Blue skies. The animals are out and about, slowly filtering down to this open clearing that we've on. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. Lovely to have you guys all along. Yeah, and we're going to see what we can find around the clearing this morning. We'll chat a little bit about the animals. I'd love to chat about some photography possibly as well. Let's see what surprises are in store for us. You can see we've got a beautiful, nice male white rhino in the frame here. And he's actually been on a bit of a territorial patrol. He's just settled down. Lots of low sort of little scrubby bushes around here, and he's been going from bush to bush scent marking, spraying his urine, letting everyone know that this is his spot. He's taken this area. So we're going to spend a bit of time with him and see what he gets up to. You can see in the distance on the left hand side of the frame there's a zebra standing right at the back there. And like we said, we've got nice blue skies this morning, a little bit of a gentle breeze puffing through. And if you have a close look at that rhino, you'll see that even while he's resting like this, his ears are still flickering all over to the side, listening carefully to the surrounding environment. You can see that zebra right at the back starting to make his way across to the right hand side of the frame. So where he is, Scotia Dam will be to the right of him. So like we said, things are slowly starting to heat up, and I'd expect some of the animals to start to head down towards the dam itself. Have a little bit of a drink, replenish those water supplies, hydrate. And maybe later on we will end up moving down to Scotia Dam and spending a bit of time there. But for now we've actually positioned ourselves at this precise spot for a bit of photography. So I'm going to zoom out for you a little bit. And if you look on the right hand side of the frame, lots and lots of yellow flowers. And that'll be a beautiful foreground sort of blanket for a photo. You can see that rhino's heard something. There's a group of impalas on his right hand side further in the distance he's maybe heard. But like we were saying, those flowers there on the right, that'll add such a nice splash of colour to a photo. Just spending a bit of time here working on Africa time. In the hope that maybe he'll get up sooner or later. There go some impalas behind him. So in terms of rhino dynamics and social organizations and things like that, Holly, it is quite normal to find a rhino by itself. Typically you'll find a male rhino by itself more than you would find a female rhino by itself. But as a whole, white rhinos are much more of a social species than black rhinos. But as a general rule of thumb, your males will be quite happy to move around by themselves. You can sometimes find a female, often with a calf, and maybe even with a slightly older calf. Sometimes what is known as a satellite calf. So a calf that could be the previous youngster from that female, even from a different female, which doesn't pose a threat at all. So for this one that we're looking in the frame, completely normal that he's by himself like that. What an amazing scene. We've got 4 different species in one frame. Zebra right at the back under that tree. Impalas just behind this rhino. Obviously the rhino himself. And just on the right hand side of our screen we've got some blesbok there. Phenomenal. Doesn't get much better than that. So I think maybe what's happened here is that rhino, you could see he was kind of settling down, and then that whole group of impala has moved from right to left. I think he maybe had his eyes closed and he heard them approaching and just kind of stood up just to get a bit of a better vantage point, just to assess exactly what's happening around there. I wouldn't be surprised if he did sit down again. So while we've got 4 different species of animals here, Wesley, there is no competition amongst all of them. So most of these animals, or all of them that we've seen in the frame here, they're known as grazers. So they're eating grass. They're really not competing with each other. They're going to eat different length grasses and things like that. There's plenty of grass to go around. You can see it's very green, it's very lush. So they're not going to compete amongst each other, no. The impala that we did see crossing the frame, they're a little bit luckier. They're able to eat leaves and things like that as well. So they can oscillate between grasses and the leaves and things like that. So maybe in summer, like now when the grass is nice and green, those impalas might favor the grasses, and then in winter more the leaves and things like that. But amongst all of these impala, blesbok, zebra and this rhino that we can see, there is no competition. And in terms of everybody being out on the clearing like this, I mean, that's a good observation. There you go, he's sitting down now, just like we were hoping. Beautiful. Yeah, Wesley, that's an awesome question though. Is there competition amongst 4 different species? It's also an advantage for all of them to be in a relatively close area like this. There's many eyes, there's many different sets of ears. Everybody's going to help each other in terms of scanning and picking up on potential threats. Something like lion, even a leopard or something like that. But now, what a peaceful, harmonious scene. So what I'm really hoping for is for this rhino to come closer to us, maybe another 30 meters or so, to where those button flowers are, those yellow flowers that we can see. That's the shot I've got envisioned. That's what I'm wanting. And in terms of when it comes to photography, it's all plans that you that you make up in your mind. You've got these shots that you envision, and that's what I'm working towards. That's what I've envisioned. That's what I'm wanting. And we've got some Hodida ibis calling in the background. Heard some South African shell ducks calling. Most likely further back, closer to Scotia Dam, behind where this rhino is. Such an amazing morning out here on the reserve. You can see his ears flicking from side to side, just like we were talking about. So for a rhino, his sense of hearing is going to be his most important sense. So that's why those ears are flicking all over the place. Eyesight not as well developed as hearing. And in terms of that photograph that we've been talking about, that we're wanting, when he does hopefully come towards those flowers, we want both of those ears forward, facing the camera. We don't want one kind of to the side and one facing towards us. But at the same time, we've got to work with what nature gives us, You can't have it all. But you can definitely envision something and work towards it. Maybe what I'll do, let me just zoom out a little bit, just to give you a broader view of what I'm looking at here. Stunning. So with these all these antelopes and the rhino that we talked about favouring these nice short grasses, this plain that we can see is perfect for them. What an incredible scene. Yeah, I think in terms of getting all of these photos that we all envision, we can learn from nature. You know, we can really learn a bit of patience. You know, I think in today's world, there we go, let me get back into focus for you. I think in today's world everything happens so quickly. You know, we can really take a lesson from nature and just slow down. Like this rhino, he's kind of been moving around a little bit this morning and he's literally just sat down. And we're going to slow our pace with him. We're going to sit here for a while. See if he'll read the script for us. Yeah, and you've obviously got to look at your scene that you've got in terms of capturing that photo. With these Blesbok, we'd want them in the picture as well. Adrian, the perfect picture. That is a top-notch question. I think, I think photographers, I'd like to consider myself a photographer. I think we all strive towards the perfect picture. I think the beauty of photography is that, you can always improve on some small aspect. You can get close, but I like to think that we can always improve. I think things like lighting, golden sunlight as opposed to maybe overcast conditions, it makes such a big difference. Something as small as these rhinos' ears that we're talking about, both of them focusing towards you as opposed to, one facing towards you and the other one that isn't. And it's such a personal hobby. Something that may be the perfect picture to me, creativity may not be the perfect picture to somebody else. So beauty, as I say, is in the eye of the beholder. And that's where photography is such a nice creative outlet. Personally, myself, I love photographing sort of very early morning, late afternoon, as those colors of the sun are vibrant. They add so much depth to a photograph. But at the same time, in saying that, it makes it so hard to get, all your settings right. That you don't have deep shadows making, maybe part of your frame too dark. You want to have a point of interest, a focal point. If you look at something like this frame here, obviously your eyes is drawn straight away to the rhino, and then from there you move backwards towards those Blesbok. It adds beautiful depth to the photograph. So if you look closely at the rhino, just in front of his right legs there, There is a small little termite mound that's sort of orangey reddish in color. So that color is going to come from oxides, iron oxides in the soil, making it that reddish color. And when it does get hot, we're thinking today might warm up nicely on Kariega. Animals like rhinos will go down to mud wallows and things like that and roll around to coat themselves in mud and keep themselves cool. And if that soil in that sort of mud wallow area encompasses a lot of these sort of iron oxides, that reddish color like we can see in front of him, maybe he only does that to one side of his body. The one side of the body will get that reddish tinge, and that can add so much to your photo as well. If you had these yellow flowers, you had that red tinge, it's a real contrast of colors. It's amazing. Every time the wind picks up and I can feel it against my skin, his ears come forward. It's literally like clockwork. It's amazing. Incredible to watch. Victor, I think for myself, photography is, first of all, it's a passion, it's a love, which I've developed, and I think it's also can be used as a conservation tool. Trying to get that perfect photograph that we've talked about can be really tough, but you're trying to show a story, you're trying to create emotion, and some people may not be lucky enough to come on safari, in Africa here, in South Africa. And, it can be used as a conservation tool to educate people. I guess you could also even use it to raise money for things like anti-poaching and things like that, and protecting our rhinos. Hey, he knows it's the weekend. That rhino settling down. Yeah, so I think photography it's a really important tool. I love it. Thanks for the question, Victor.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind-the-scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
can imagine if these nyalas did have to go into the thickets that we can see right at the back of the frame there, those stripes that they've got, that's going to help to break up their contour. You know, think about deep dark shadows in those denser areas there, and they'll become very well concealed. So home for myself is Durban. So I've done a few safaris up in the sort of the north coast of KZN, and plenty of inyalas there. One of my favourite antelope species. No such thing as being camera shy there. Yes, you. We're talking about you. Yeah, so I think I'm going to stay with these inyalas a while longer, keep a view of this this rhino that's still resting. But in the meantime, let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyu.
Thank you, Nick, and what a wonderful way to start your morning on Escape to Nature. Those unicorns are always quite something to see, as are the nyalas that are never... Well, generally they are, but apparently your nyala was not too shy doing its business in front of the camera. But as you can see, we are having a beautiful morning in Okukuyo. A lot of the animals coming down as always for water. And I've actually been monitoring the weather. It's strange, like then it looks like it's gonna open up completely and then become sunny. And then it seems like that rain we have there in the back is making its way closer. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome will be with the weather today here in Okukuyo. Always so incredible to see all of these various species, you know, doing their thing, coexisting, all respecting one another. And again, as Nick mentioned it now, you know, different species that coexist and feed together and all of that, even if there's no real competition for food. I always wonder, do they do it consciously? Do they realize that the more there are, the safer they will hopefully and potentially be to a predator or against a predator? Or is it just sort of a natural instinct? Or was it passed down generations to generations to generations? What is it? So you can actually hear some zebras then that back that whoop 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 whoop. Those are the zebras that make that noise, and I'm yet still to figure out if anyone has ever heard a giraffe vocalize. For me personally, I never have. So I don't know if they do in fact make a noise or call or something. But if you have, please let me know. I'm very interested. All seem very interested in something here to the side of the water hole. Oh, what a great picture that would make. I think Nick would enjoy this. Now, of course, with giraffes, a lot of people have the tendency to say that a male will always be darker than a female, and it's not always the case. Generally, the older the giraffe, the darker they will be, but again, you know, genes is a funny thing. But to tell their sexual dimorphism between male and female, you actually look at their horns, which we call ossicones. Now, I'm sure many of you have seen either in real life or on videos and stuff when giraffes fight, or when they neck, as we call it. So the bulls will do this for dominance, as the animals always do. You know, they have to fight to establish the dominance. And your males will actually be bold on top of their ossicones. And the reason for that is because the more they neck, you know, the more they become bold on those ossicones or that horns. And females generally will have thinner and fluffy and dainty horns. So I could be wrong, but it seems like 2 females. Of course, the calf you can't tell yet because the calf won't be necking it. It's not an adult yet. But it seems like 2 females. And I'm not sure about the little one. Not quite sure what is called their eye. Might just be the springbok off here to the side. It might even be a bird of interest to them. I've seen many a times at Mashatu. The giraffes are always puzzled if a kori bastard shows up. Now, of course, the zebras can make that call when they are in distress or something's freaking them out a little bit. Ooh, something's freaking these giraffes out a little bit. Just want to see. Don't see anything. It's very interesting, you know, because of course they can get spooked. They might smell something. They might know something that we don't necessarily see or know. I'll take a look now. I'm just trying to see if we can't see anything. But of course, you know, you can see the animals are all pretty chilled out, the springbok and the other animals. So I don't think it's anything. It's perhaps just a giraffe tantrum. Yvonne, thank you so much for your question and getting in touch with us. It's always so wonderful hearing from you. So giraffes are not easily intimidated because, of course, you know, they are massive animals. I don't always think they fully fathom how big they are. Elephants can, of course, rhinos. But for the most part, I mean, I always joke and say the giraffes are hippies of the bush because they pretty much get along with everything. Even, if they spot a predator, they will just sort of stare at it and let it know, okay, well, we've seen you. And literally, I've had so many sightings where the lion literally walks up to a giraffe and only then are they like, okay, maybe we should run away now. So, but for the most part, there's not really anything that intimidates them as such. It is a fairly large animal, but as I say, I think they too can be classified as gentle giants because they are so chilled. Always just look like they are, very peaceful. Unless they are, of course, necking. Can be very brutal and violent to watch and listen to sometimes. You can actually hear the bone-on-bone action. But in terms of intimidating, I don't really think there's any animals that intimidate giraffes. Alrighty, but I do see we have some elephants at Mashatu, so let's quickly head on over before they disappear as they always do. Oh goodness, alright. You see that animal imitation I cannot do. I can just do the little trumpet and a little bit of the rumbling, but I can't do that full-on upset trumpet. So that might be, of course, a herd member that is either upset about one of the other herd members. It could have been a little one that threw a tantrum because, believe it or not a baby elephant, but a young elephant can too make that loud trumpet. I want to have a look see it. It does seem like this one elephant is a bit on edge. Might be a little bit of a tough going on in the herd. So of course with elephants, when they do feel intimidated or threatened or provoked or anything like that, they will sort of open their ears, and that of course assists them in hearing. Let's say for instance they are in fact threatened by anything, they will sort of just listen to see where it's coming from, or to hear where it's coming from. And but it's also to make themselves look bigger, just like a lot of other animals will go through piloerection to sort of raise their hairs on the back, like a warthog for instance. That is just to make themselves look bigger and more intimidating. Not that I think an elephant can look more intimidating as they already do. Might even be two different herds. That was not nice. So you can see it is two younger elephants. I don't know if you saw that. The one elephant actually pushed the other one and almost fell. So just like humans, they do have rivalries. Whether it's a cousin or a sibling. Even though you will stick up for them when anyone messes with them, you will definitely also mess with them yourself. It's like that saying, the only person slapping my brother is me. Definitely, there's a lot of dynamics going on here. So, of course, the weather could potentially also play a role. I've seen a lot of elephant sightings in my time in this sort of weather where they are a bit more on edge. But I do think it might be two different herds that are sort of just coming together now. And of course, they won't always necessarily fight. Sometimes they'll just come together, drink their water, go their separate ways without even interacting with, well, from what we can see and hear with one another. But as I said, their rumbling can often be inaudible to the human ear. Definitely a lot of different dynamics going on here. Even if it's not two separate herds and it's just one herd and there's perhaps a couple of individuals that do not belong to that herd. I just saw one of the cows chase off a bull. I don't know who of you saw that. The bull was just sort of closer to the bush, to our left. And the one female literally just sort of gave him a look, the stink eye, and he decided, no, it's fine, I'll leave. And again, as always, just like any other animal, when babies are involved, it's so much more, I almost want to say dangerous. They become very, very protective, very aggressive. Johnson, good morning. You would like to know if elephants always go to water holes in herds. No, not at all. Of course, they do pretty much everything in their herd structure. But that being said, I've had a lot of sightings where an elephant herd can be in the same vicinity but not in the exact same spot. So that is often specifically here at Mshatsi from what we've seen. Sometimes some elephants will come and then 2 minutes later more elephants will come. So that could all be from the same herd. But of course, it is much safer to do everything together as opposed to going individually. Or elephant bulls will often, either come alone or sort of lag behind the herd when they've left the water hole already. But generally, yes, for the most part, elephants do everything together. And especially if there are little ones, again, involved, it's much easier for the herd to protect the little ones if all of them are protecting those little ones and not just one elephant. But of course, they are very, very huge animals, so not a lot of animals would want to challenge them. Not too long ago, I think it was about a week ago in Kruger National Park, there were a pride of lions that were found. And when I say pride, I think it was just 3 male lions that were found in the morning on an elephant carcass. Now, it was not a baby elephant, but it was still a young calf. And everyone was speculating, how did this happen? Because elephants won't allow that to happen. So, there's a lot of theories going around. Was it because of the weather? Because apparently the previous night there had been a thunderstorm and the little one could have gotten perhaps separated from the herd. Then another theory is the little one was sick and the herd had to leave it behind. But even so, again, from my experience and knowledge and from what I've seen, this is not the norm. But generally with elephants, they are so set on that family structure. It's not like a herd of wildebeest, where, okay, well, you're not standing up quick enough, you're not running quick enough, so we're leaving you behind because you can't keep up. It's not like that. Elephants are very, very emotional animals, number one. And they're very protective. There's not a lot of things that's going to take on an elephant herd. So it was very interesting to hear the different theories around that. And again, if we weren't there, we can speculate as much as we want. You will never know what truly happened unless you were there to actually witness it. You see that one cow is very persistent on sort of chasing those elephants. Not chasing them, but sort of pushing them away. This is by far my favorite thing to watch in the bush. Not necessarily just elephants, but interactions, amongst group members, pride members, herd members. Because again, we don't know what happened, They may have had a disagreement this morning and, now it sort of just created some tension within the herd. Betty, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know what is the best time to see an elephant pool party? Literally any time. And I don't mean that by saying it happens, anytime, every day. I've had astonishing elephant sightings, whether they were swimming or just all drinking or splashing around, having a mud bath. I've had that in scorching hot weather. I've had that in a thunderstorm. It's really just like anything else in nature, you never know what's going to happen. Right time, right place. You either just miss it or just catch it. So, but for me, I always say, hot weather does help a lot. Because, of course, then they do enjoy that. Yesterday at Ukukoya, we saw that. It was a scorching 38 degrees Celsius. And eventually, the elephants came down to the water hole and had a good swim. But again, that being said, I've had sightings where, and then it's not humid and raining, like it's cold, it's raining, there's a thunderstorm, and the elephants just went into the water like it was nothing. So, any time is a good time for anything. Just like us as naturalists, we tend to say, okay, well, lions or leopards won't be active, when it's a scorching hot day, they'll just sleep, which generally, yes, for the most part is the rule of thumb. But then again, I've had sightings, where I literally drove to the airport, my guests were on a 12:30 flight, midday, and I found a leopard literally lying in the road, just chilling. Not sick, nothing, she was just chilling. So they really do not, follow the rules that we tend to think they live by. They just do their own thing, and we will never truly fathom what is going on out there or in their minds. Just gonna have a look, see if anyone else is here at the at the jacuzzi, as I like to refer to it. Also just trying to figure out where our colliers are, because of course, you know, we can hear them constantly, that chatter in the background. Those are the colliers, but I have no idea where they are. So I just want to see, I see something moving, but I have no idea what it is. I don't know if it's birds or... Just want to see, it's going to be tricky because it's behind the acacia. What is that? Do you guys see that? I think it's birds, but I have no idea which birds. Unless it's just how Hardy does again, which would not surprise me. I will keep an eye on this corner and just see if they perhaps come out. I just saw the movement, but I think it's perhaps the Hardy does. Always good to just make sure, as opposed to wondering, was it something? Did I miss something? That is the one thing I always told my guest on safari. Rather stop me 500 times as opposed to wondering, was it something, you know, getting back to the lodge. I think I saw a lion and never having stopped to make sure.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So yes, for instance, if you look at this tree to our left, that is completely exposed, you know, the actual bark of the tree. So that is also what actually creates the coloration in elephant dung. A lot of people always ask me on safari, how do you know the difference between elephant dung and rhino dung, for instance? Now, of course, with white rhinos, they're grazers, so you'll just find grass in the dung. But of course, you know, it has the same shape and size and all of that. So with elephant dung, generally it's got a very yellow orangey color to it, and that is because of the cambium, which is the inner bark of a tree. So elephants do not just eat the leaves or just grass or stuff like that. They literally eat bark, branches, roots. They are very resourceful when it comes to feeding. And a lot of people will refer to them as destructive, but at the end of the day, you know, that is what Mother Nature intended for them to do. Because that again creates habitats for other smaller animals like monkeys. But they are very responsible also for dispersing seeds, you know, actually spreading new life in the bush. And of course, you know, you won't see that tree in a couple of days, but in 10 years from now, they would have been responsible for new life amongst vegetation, which is a very, very cool thing with elephants. And their dung is also actually very interesting. You know, you can do so many things with their dung. Make paper, a lot of things that you can actually do with it. But yes, one of my favorite uses for elephant dung in the bush was specifically, I hate medication. So if I ever did have a bad headache, you just take some elephant dung. Must obviously not be too wet, but also not too old and dry. And when you actually light that and sort of like smell the smoke coming from it, then that actually takes away your headache, believe it or not. And if you think about it, that is where medicine came from originally, not the medicine we use nowadays that is full of chemicals and all of that, but that is where medicine originated from, is the bush. And elephant dung is the best thing because it's literally, they have such bad digestion, so there's so much nutrients still in the dung. No, Rena, no, not at all. Nothing ever goes to waste in the bush. And that is what I love about the bush, and what we can so often, if not always, learn from the bush is, you know, it just works. Everything works. Nothing goes to waste. Not dung, not trees that are broken, nothing. And it's not like these animals think about it, you know, it just happens. And it has happened that way for years and years and years. And that is honestly so impressive about Mother Nature, and one thing that I admire so, so much. Oh, there's one elephant to the left who's Googling. What I call Googling, at least, you know, when you're sort of on autopilot. Also another thing I envy about Mother Nature, and elephants. So of course they have what we call a biohemispherical brain. And that actually allows them to take naps whilst they're busy doing something. How cool is that? I would really kill to have that ability. Because you can imagine a fully grown elephant at 4, 5, 6 tons. It's going to be a lot of trouble, getting down every time you want to take a nap. And of course, because they have such bad digestion, they do always have to sort of move around and get a snack. So whenever they need to, they just sort of shut down one side of the brain and just Google. Oh, here are our noisy ducks. I was wondering where you two were with your little one. Just off to our left here in the corner in the water. I'm loving that they are sticking around today. Yesterday, when they did come, it was literally just for a quick sip and they left. But these seem to be enjoying the water today. Just want to see what the interaction is going to be between that one elephant with the geese. Because often they'll sort of chase them away. Not that it poses a threat to them. But elephants being elephants, sometimes they can be very dominant towards other animals. Nope, it's not going to happen today. Or now at least, hopefully later. Tyler, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. What is the biggest threat to these geese at the waterhole? Well, it depends on the circumstances. So if they do have eggs or little one, something as small as a monitor lizard can definitely be a threat to them. But of course then birds of prey will take out that little one if they have the chance. Whether it's an eagle or an owl, if they have the opportunity, they will definitely go for the little one. But then, yes, of course, crocodiles, they too can pose a threat. Our crocodile has not been here for quite some time. I think it may have traversed to another water hole or area. But yes, with Egyptian geese, that is generally your biggest threats. Lizards. I've even seen baboons that eat the eggs of them, which is of course very sad. But again, just like anything else in nature, it is probably all about survival of the fittest, as sad as it is. I remember that day I was crying in the sighting course. I just thought it's so sad, baboons can really eat anything, and now they choose to go for the little unhatched eggs. And then, of course, that chirp in the background, that those are the lapwings, the blacksmith lapwings that we've been hearing so much. Let's try and see if we can find these quillias, because I've been trying the whole morning, and of course, you know, when they are perched in a tree, whether it's a tree with leaves or not, they blend in so well. So I just want to see if we can sort of spot the quillias, because of course we can hear them. Perhaps on the other side. Ah, there they are. I knew they would probably be camouflaged somewhere. And again, it's so impressive, you know, if they're not moving, you don't know they're there. So they're just in this acacia that's touching the water to our right, and then you can see the movement there in the acacia that's on the shallow end of the water to the left. Just want to see if they go down for water, because that is always such an impressive scene, how they just fly in unison. Hi, blacksmith lapwing. I almost said blackwing. Yes, that is an abbreviation for them. Come on, quillias, go for a drink. And again, you know, all of them are chatting at once. How do they hear one another? How do they understand? How do they know what's happening next? going to go a little bit more to this side because it seems like they're all more, dominating the one tree. So it might be that they're moving bit by bit just to keep them safe and then get closer to the water and then perhaps go down for a drink. Let's have a look-see. Come on, birdies, do it for us. We would love to see. Your shows are always so impressive. You see all of them are bit by bit slowly going over to that tree. So I'm thinking they might probably go down for water now and then head back into that tree. Or perhaps move to another one. Wow, we will wait it out. But while we do, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can see what his rhino is up to.
So welcome back to Kariega. Our male white rhino has shifted position. I'm sure you can hear in the background there are a few hadedas calling that rouse this rhino from a sleepy shifted position, and we've kind of had to move around as well with him. But quite nice, we can now see in the background behind him those reddish soils that we were talking about earlier, with all those iron oxides in them. We saw a small portion of them earlier when he was lying down, so nice to have him standing up, and we can see those beautiful deep ochre red sort of soils there. So he's kind of been doing this little shuffle of getting up and moving 20 meters, sitting back down. Those hadedas have literally just come across for the second time 30 seconds ago, and he stood back up. Remember, because the rhinos are so sensitive to noise and it's their most important sense, he's up and standing, he's scanning around, what's happening, looking to see if any changes have happened around him. You can see if you look at his body posture, how his head is very low. So he is a grazer, and I mean his head is neutral position will be quite low. I feel like he's quite a restful chap today. And please do remember to send in some questions, send in some comments. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. This is an interactive safari, and I'd love your input. Yeah, what's everyone think? Do you think he's going to get up and maybe move around and scent mark a bit more, or is he going to sit back down? What's everyone's bets? Yeah, so obviously we've talked about in terms of their senses, their eyesight not being the best. So in terms of relative to their body size, their eyes are relatively small. And in terms of whenever I've been photographing rhinos, I've always found it easier to have a sort of an animal in the environment shot, of incorporating the environment to kind of show where they are. I feel like possibly because their eyes are quite small, I think it's kind of human nature to maybe zoom in on the eye first, as a point of direct contact. Sort of close-up portraits of rhinos I've always seemed to struggle with. I've always kind of gone wide. Let me zoom out a little for you here, and you can kind of see how big this mountain range is behind it. Depending upon the situation, you could even go wider, and if we had some nice sort of cirrus clouds, nice wispy little clouds, you could incorporate that into your shot. I think he's going back down possibly soon. Funny little tails, huh? I've always thought rhinos have strange tails. You look at a wildebeest, you look at a zebra, nice thick long tails, good for swatting flies, It's a strange shaped tail, Yes, it's going to get a fly or two, but it doesn't look like the most effective tool. And if it works for him, it works for him. So you can see how he's now just lifted his head. He stopped feeding. I don't know if you heard, far in the distance there were some vervet monkeys that started calling. That could have possibly got his attention. Just once or twice. Some impala is going to be coming across from left-hand side right now. Sure, what a scene. So he's been getting up and down a few times, and Picasso, in terms of when he does get up, usually he's going to kind of shift his weight towards his bum and then get his front feet up and push up with his front feet, so his whole chest and shoulder region getting up first, and that's how he's going to stand up. But in terms of when they are lying down and resting, they'll often use one of their feet almost as like a pillow for their head as well, which is quite interesting to watch. You can even see with the rhino being such a large animal, I mean a male's going to be close to 2 tons. Those impalas aren't scared to come over. There's no real threat. There's no competition amongst the impala and the rhino. So we're going to start to see more impala filtering from the left-hand side. We should definitely see more females coming than males. Remember, with the impalas, there should be sort of one dominant male for all of the females. So let's just have a look as all these impalas move across. So remember, a lot of the female impalas will be heavily pregnant now as well. They'll be dropping their lambs coming up soon. Even now, in different reserves around South Africa, I'm sure there's been 1 or 2 sightings, early births of impala youngsters. with most of them being born in sort of a 3-week window. I'd probably say November is going to be the month of where we're going to see a lot of births. Just going to move to the right hand side here. There is a beautiful scene. With some kudus coming into the shot as well. So we've got 2 fully grown female kudus here. Right at the thicket, much further to our right hand side. I can just see 1 or 2 more heads poking out of the thicket. I'm sure the rest of the group will make their way down here soon enough. So you can see in relation to those impalas that have moved past, look at that kudu, look how big the ears are, how broad they are. So kudu is one of our species that we also generally find more in the thicker areas, in the denser areas compared to the impalas. Impalas love these massive open clearings. So obviously with big ears like that for the kudus, they'll be able to pick up on any sound. With it being thicker, your vision, your sight isn't going to be as good as in these open areas here. You've got to use your senses to your advantage. She's maybe even picked up on me speaking and is looking straight at us. It's a lovely shot with both of the ears looking. There we go. Lovely contrast of colors. Look at how similar the coat of the impala is to those reddish soils in the back. Incredible. Here comes the whole herd. You can see coming right at the back there on the right hand side, there is a slightly younger one. Shame, it seems to actually have a little bit of a limp. We'll see if it, when it comes into the open here, kind of slightly hidden behind the others now. I thought I saw one of them having a limp. Let's have a closer look. That one kind of in the center there, slightly on the left now. Oh, no, it's this one on the right hand side. So Zoe, that's a good question. The oxpeckers, they do interact with most of the antelopes that we get out here. They definitely have a symbiotic relationship with all these antelopes. So the oxpeckers are basically looking for the ticks. You look at most of these antelopes when they move through these areas. Yeah, the grasses are quite short, but in other areas grasses might be a little bit longer. And when the kudus and the impalas and the nyalas and all these other antelopes move through there, they're gonna get ticks. Ticks will attach themselves to them, and the ticks will feed off of, or the oxpeckers will feed off of those ticks. So it's definitely an advantage for all of these different antelopes to get the oxpeckers coming onto them. They'll comb through the fur, take those ticks out, and feed on them. Sometimes the oxpeckers at least don't get to the ticks. And the ticks will just engorge themselves on the blood of that host species. And if they don't manage to, that host species doesn't manage to get the tick off, the tick will eventually just engorge itself to full capacity and then fall off. Shame there's our kudu still limping. In terms of something like lions, I mean, if they were having a look at the herd, you know, and they were looking to potentially catch one of these kudus, they would look at the herd and they would scan before they actually run and try and grab one. They would actively scan, and they would look for injured kudus, just like this one here.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, you know, just connecting.
And for rhinos, they do have a bit of a tougher time with ticks, specifically underneath the sort of the legs. You know, the sides of the body, the skin is very hard, it's very rough. You sometimes see, once they've moved through thickets, sort of scratch marks and things like that, which don't hurt them or anything, because obviously the skin is tough. But underneath sort of like the armpits and things, the skin is very soft there. And the ticks, they go in and they latch on there quite easily. Had an incredible sighting not so long ago of an oxpecker. It went inside the ear of a rhino, a white rhino, until you could not see the oxpecker. It was gone. It had vanished. It was inside the ear. And the rhino was flicking his ear from side to side, up and down, obviously trying to get the oxpecker out. And the oxpecker emerged with one of the biggest, fattest white worms I have ever seen. It was quite disgusting, but at the same time amazing to watch. can hear again our vervet monkeys far in the distance calling. It'd be interesting to see if we see any movement from the ears of that rhino. Yeah, it's very peaceful out here. I can hear those monkeys in the distance. Cape Longclaw calling. Emerald spotted wood dove. Greenback Cameroptera. Beautiful activity out in the plains here. Let's take you across to Lisa at least, at the waterhole, and have a look and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Nick. I'm currently, as you know, monitoring our various water holes. And right now we are just at Djuma. I'm still fascinated by all these Egyptian geese. I've honestly never seen so many together at one water hole. Because of course, you know, they are very territorial, can be very, very aggressive towards one another. And yesterday there were quite a few fits amongst them. I don't want to say fights, rather fits. Just brief tantrums. But yes, it's very interesting how they are all just sort of coexisting here at Djuma now. Of course, Mommy and her youngsters there at the back. Yesterday I did see quite some, like, it wasn't aggressive, but I almost want to say just Mommy was standing her ground. Because one of the geese came too close to the little ones for her liking. And then, of course, you know, she just sort of had her say. But it's interesting, you know, apart from that, I haven't seen them really pushing their luck or anything with the little ones. And I'm really, truly grateful because, of course, you know, from what we saw this morning on Sunrise Safari, it was a fairly gloomy day here in Djuma. It seems to be becoming a bit more sunny now. I don't want to say that too loud. I don't want to jinx it, but yes. It does seem to be clearing up a little bit here in Djuma. So you can see it is still a little bit windy, but as I say, in comparison to the ghastly winds and rain and everything we had this morning, it's a little bit better. But as you can see, as this one Egyptian goose is very clearly showing us, this is what a lot of animals will be doing in this sort of weather. Either head into the bush for shelter, warmth, or they will literally do as little as possible for as long as possible, just like we saw that rhino now with Nick. It's pretty much like us, you know, when the weather is not lovely and sunny, you just want to stay in bed with movies. Or at least I know that's me, I know. Many people enjoy this kind of weather. One of my sisters loves this sort of weather. She does not like it at all when it's too hot or anything. Having worked in the Greater Kruger for so long, I prefer the heat and the humidity. I'll rather have that. Yolanda, that's a brilliant question. You would like to know, how does the wind affect birds in flight? So of course, it is going to, just like us when you're on a flight, the pilot will call there's going to be some turbulence because of the weather. Same with birds. It does affect them to some extent, and especially your, as I say now, your Egyptian geese. For the most part, we do know them to be ground dwelling. So even though they can fly, specifically on days like this, they will literally just chill, take it easy. But definitely, of course, if the wind is really, really bad, of course, we can see the wind is fairly strong today. But if you've got like very, very strong winds, you won't really see birds flying that low necessarily. Of course, a lot of birds use thermals and just sort of get up in the air, like vultures, for instance, and then just circulate in those thermals, thus looking for food and all of that. But now you can imagine when it's super windy, you wouldn't want to be up there. Just want to see and have a look what else is around, hopefully today. I was saying to our Zoomies this morning, I'm really hoping for some predators or even some elephants in this weather. But again, as I've been saying the whole morning, you can never predict it. Now, please, please do remember to send your questions, comments, anything you would like to let us know about, whether it's anything you want to learn about or anything in particular you would like us to look out for. Please do let us know, because at the end of the day, even though we are very fortunate to be guiding you on this experience, this is your safari, so we would love for you to enjoy it. We want you to learn as much as possible. So let us know what you want to know. Just want to see if our monitor is still around. Oh, whenever I see, I just want to show all of you that log underneath those trees there in the center. That always gets me. I know it's there, but I always think it's some sort of predator that's perhaps lying there. So interesting how you can get to know an area and you know that tree or that rock or something is there, and it always makes you double look or double check. Just want to make sure we are not perhaps missing any beautiful birds. See, the sun is coming back a little bit, so hopefully that will also get the animals to be a bit more active. You never know. We do have an impala. Hey, guy. Of course, you know, people tend to overlook them because it can be such a common species to see on safari, whether you're in the northern areas of southern Africa or, you know, in Kruger. Doesn't matter where you are, it's a fairly common species pretty much all over whenever you go on safari. But again, from what we've learned, you know, you must never take anything for granted, even if you've seen it 1,000 times. People often ask me, you know, on safari, don't you get tired of this? Because literally I can, for those of you that have gotten to know me by now, I can literally get excited about anything. Whether it's an impala, a baby elephant, a lion on a kill, anything. Because ultimately, you know, they do all play a massive role in the ecosystem. And people say, yes, Lisa, but it's an impala. Yes, it is an impala, but they too have a role in the ecosystem. And even if you've seen 1 million impalas in your life, each impala, you know, has its role in Mother Nature and in its generation, in its gene pool. Like this male, for instance, now. There's so much we don't know right now. Is it part of a bachelor herd? Is he by himself? Was he perhaps recently dominated by another male, kicked out of the area? Because even though they are not territorial, they do have home ranges, so those can of course overlap. But as we've seen, you know, in rutting season and in mating season, you know, the males will spar with one another for dominance. So it's interesting now when you look at this impala, because we only see a small bit now. They could be more deeper into the bush, and he's part of a bachelor herd. Or he could really be by himself, which makes him very, very vulnerable, of course, because he does not have the safety in numbers factor. He does not have other impalas to help him, like if there's a predator or anything. Yes, he can hear monkeys and birds and stuff like that if they do in fact spot a predator. But if there is in fact, let's say, a leopard lurking somewhere, and he doesn't know about that, he's literally the only one that leopard's gonna go for if he is by himself. But as I say, I have no idea. It could be part of a bigger group that is just deeper into the bush. Of course, our hornbills there in the background that you can hear. Yellow-billed hornbill. And that is also the one call I have not mastered yet. I will keep practicing, I promise. But very interesting when they are in fact making that call. You know, they do a beautiful display and sort of do this rocking movement, the hornbills. Not the impala. And it's super cool to watch them actually. Even when hornbills are feeding their young, it's very interesting. You know, a female will go into a tree during that time she will actually pull out some of her feathers for the eggs to hatch on, and during that time the male will be on the outside and he will actually be looking for food, and with that beautiful probing yellow beaks he will then feed her through a hole, herself and the little ones. Kimberly, thank you so much for your interesting question. What migratory birds are around this time of year? So one of my personal favorites, lilac-breasted roller. Beautiful, beautiful, colorful bird. And we've got some more impalas. Sorry. I promise this is not my first time seeing impalas. But yes, the lilac-breasted roller, a lot of your bee-eaters. I know last night on Safari Ben saw a European bee-eater, which is pretty cool. So a lot of the, often I say the beautiful, colorful birds come back in summertime. And it's always cool to see them around because, of course, you know, they do move, generally they do move north for food and water and, of course, reproduction purposes. And then in summertime, when it's nice and green, a lot of food, a lot of butterflies, worms, all of that back, then they will come back. So yes, it's always good to have a look out for them, and that is why I personally prefer summertime, because everything is just colorful in the bush. The butterflies, the birds, the trees, as well as the birds. Now you see, of course, the other situation. Ooh, what is that? It's a water buck. That's pretty neat. I haven't seen one for myself. I've seen them on our various shows on Wild Earth. But recently I have not seen a water buck for myself in quite some time. But yes, what I was going to say, with that ram that is in the bush, the impala ram, a lot of people will then say, okay, well, maybe this is his harem. Yes, again, anything is possible, but no, I would not think so. Firstly, because he's too far away from them. If something happens, he can't protect them. Second of all, it's possible, but he had rather smallish horns in comparison to other rams that you see. And this is a fairly large group, so, you know, of course, a big male generally has a big group like this. But again, you know, it's not impossible. We don't know what is the reason or what is happening. Yes, these seem to be all female, and I suspect their ram is probably here somewhere amongst them. Just want to see that water buck will probably enjoy that water there in the little stream, but we'll have a look-see and see if he actually comes to the water, because of course that is how they derive their name. Whenever they feel threatened or provoked or anything, they will actually run into the water in hopes of evading a predator or whatever is trying to catch them. I also have not seen our jacana in quite some time. Of course, you know, they can go to different water holes if needed, just like our hippo. It's interesting because generally if they're happy and, you know, satisfied and everything is alright at one water hole, they tend to stay at that area.
Halloween is now nearing. Creepy things keep appearing. They call me Pumpkin Ben, and this is my skeleton friend. Who might they be? Come along and you will see. We'll be talking about creepies and crawlies galore, and by the end of it you'll be wishing no more. So come one and all, if you don't feel too scared, to our fireside chat on Halloween. Beware.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if it was in fact a lilac-breasted roller. I just saw a blue flash when we were observing the impala, but I will definitely keep an eye out for him. But Catherine, I believe you would like to know, how do you differentiate between a pregnant impala and an impala that is not pregnant? So I mean, the thing is, let me show you. So I mean, I know it sounds silly, but you can literally see that they are very, very, very round right now. Then people will say, okay, well, zebras are always round, so are they always pregnant? No, zebras have a different digestive system. So impalas are ruminants. They've got a very successful digestive system. 4-chambered stomach, which allows them to regurgitate their food, getting a lot of nutrients out of their food. Thus, they are generally very lean looking, if that makes sense. But yes, you can see all of these impalas have a very, even though you can see their ribs, you can see their tummy is very round and full almost. So that would be a good indication of, like this one for instance, you can see the ribs, but you can see her stomach is full. So that is the indication of babies coming. But yes, as I say, it's different with zebras, for instance. Zebras always look fat and in good condition. However, that is not the case. They've got a different digestive system. Zebras are not ruminants. This one's actually not looking too good. A lot of the bones are sticking out. It's stunning when you look at this female now. It's actually, that is the one thing that actually makes me so sad when it does come to something like an impala, for instance. Yes, they are very common, but we tend to overlook them because they are everywhere. But if you look at this animal now, they are very beautiful, for me personally at least. They've got a very elegant look to them. Of course, they're part of the antelope species or family. They're just so pretty. But antelope actually is derived from a Greek word, which does means beautiful eyes. And I always think with impala, kudu, and inyala, I always think it's so applicable. Here's our beautiful waterbuck. But I will keep an eye on all of our bokkies we have here today, and Juma, and of course our other locations as well. But in the meanwhile, let's see what is happening at Kariga.
So I've just shifted position a little bit. Temperatures are starting to increase quite a lot, and that rhino that we were watching was heading in the sort of the general direction very slowly after you were last with me here at Kariga of Scotia Dam. And so I've just slowly started to amble towards the dam itself, and on the way I've bumped into this lovely dazzle of zebra walking along the road. And on the right hand side of the frame you can see a eland, and that smaller antelope there, kind of just by that zebra on the right. Those are some blesbok. So a little bit of traffic on the way to Scotia Dam. So that big tree on the right hand side there, that white milkwood, that is Scotia Dam right there on the left hand side. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to the zebra for you. That's a lovely scene. It's a nice pose with those two on the left hand side facing opposite ways. I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine, keeping an eye out in opposite directions there for any potential threats. I guess like in that position they can also groom each other. A little bit of allo grooming there. Take out any ticks and things like that that might possibly have attached to the zebras. And now that we zoomed in a bit closer to these zebras, you can see compared to that rhino that we were talking about earlier, if you have a look at those tails, look how nice and long they are. And those hairs that are on that tail will be relatively solid. So good tools for swatting away flies, any other little irritants. Just having a look at that zebra on the right hand side with its bum facing towards us. Look at the girth of the stomach. It looks like she's definitely pregnant. So obviously being predominantly white in color, zebras are going to reflect quite a lot of the heat. I I mean, they're standing right out in the middle of this open plain here, and they seem quite happy. You know, that whitish color going to reflect a lot of heat. In terms of if zebras are white and black or white or black and white, I mean, they definitely look like they've got more white than black. If there's a question, anyone know the answer to that? Are zebras white and black or black and white? You're welcome to answer. I'd love to know your comments. Something's caught that zebra's attention right in the distance. Yeah, quite surprising that there hasn't been any sign of the buffalo this morning. I mean, today is absolutely cooking here on Kariega. And obviously, buffalo are a very water-dependent species. They're bulk grazers, so to digest all of those grasses, they rely heavily on water. Quite surprising. I really thought that Scotia Dam would produce some buffaloes this morning. Zoom out a little bit for you. There are one or two zebras all the way down by Scotia Dam, right at the back down there. Maybe they've been down for their drink already. Evelyn, in terms of the actions of zebras and something that might be an involuntary movement, I think because they are a prey species, if they hear any sound that they're not quite sure of, I'm sure they'll get up and run. There'll be some type of movement. Because they've got to be up and moving the minute. If there is the possibility of a lion or something coming, they've got to be up and moving. So I think if there's any sound that they're not quite sure of, they're going to need to react and react fast. You can see this zebra at the back here on the right-hand side. This is going to be the stallion of the group. And that's just what we were talking about earlier this morning. Whoopsie, sorry about that. What we were talking about earlier this morning, about the stallions fighting each other and trying to bite the tail of one another off. And you can see that stallion on the right. That tail's definitely a lot shorter. Look at that zebra on the left-hand side. Nice, long tail. So that stallion's got the raw end of the deal. Not a very effective fly swatter he's got there now. There's an Egyptian goose walking in the foreground. Charlotte, you're a legend. Your answer to the color of zebra, white and black or black and white, you nailed it, 100%. They are black and white. So the zebras obviously have now shifted position from when we first started chatting about it. If you look at this zebra's muzzle, can you see how the muzzle is black? So where there's basically no fur, he's black. So zebras are black and white. Looks like we've got some warthogs just behind him there. But if you look at that zebra, you can see a powerful, powerful animal, huh? Look at the size of those hindquarters. It's like we talked about, if he heard something he wasn't quite sure of, he'd power away. Fast, fast animals. Turn of speed's incredible. I have seen before, quite a while ago, a pride of lions that was hunting zebra. And the speed at which the zebra could move was incredible. I mean, the lion did manage to get to the zebra and try and pull it down. So there was a little bit of interaction there, and the zebra managed to get away, thankfully, to see another day. But the resilience of all of the animals out here is absolutely incredible. Look at that zebra, he's got a shortened tail. He'll just get on with life and deal with it. It's not going to be a deal breaker for him. Not an effective fly swatter, but he'll get on with life. And have a look at this. On the left hand side of the frame we have our male rhino making an appearance. That is exactly what we were hoping for. So where he is right there, there's some warthogs. Sorry about that. He is relatively close to Scotia Dam. I think he's actually got himself a little wallow there. I'm sure there's a little accumulation of water. There'll be some possibly clean water that he might even drink from. And maybe even wallow after that. It'll be amazing to see what happens. If he does wallow, will he cover his whole body? Only one side of the body? How long is he going to stay there for? Will he maybe head to that big milkwood tree by Scotia Dam? Maybe have a scratch against that tree afterwards? See if he can dislodge a tick or two. Now, we talked about patience in the bush earlier. You look at how we've been rewarded. We talked about the shot that we wanted with the yellow button flowers, creating that carpet in front of him. We've got it. We've nailed it. Now we've stuck with him, heading down towards the waterhole. So much different behavior we've seen. Just goes to show that patience is really worth it. I'm sure those warthogs are there as well because of that mud wallow. Doesn't look like they've had a mud wallow yet, those warthogs. It's all happening here. We've got some zebras in the background. I can actually hear a pair of jackal buzzards calling behind me as well for all our birding enthusiasts. I think if I had to place a bet, I'd put my money on him getting down and dirty in that waterhole there. I'm sure he's going to cover himself. It's cooking out here today. It's warm. He's got to find a way to keep himself nice and cool. I feel the heat a lot personally. And if I was him, I'd get stuck into that waterhole there. Well, luckily I didn't place any money on that bet. Looks like he's moving away from that little mudwallow. You can see his ears are facing forward there. There's a few impalas on my right hand side that he's having a look at. In terms of that Egyptian goose, I'm sure that Egyptian goose will kind of move around the area, maybe even go down to the water hole there, have a look for some little bits of algae and things like that to feed on. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Like I said, maybe there might even be some shell ducks down there, relatively similar looking to the Egyptian goose. Plenty of diversity out here. You can see our little warthog coming from right to left there. Yeah, everybody's starting to head to the waterhole. They've got the right idea. So we've talked about this specific rhino being a bull, being a male, being a territorial male. So, you know, he's going to fight over an area to maintain that area and chase other male rhinos away. With that being said, the sort of the social structure is so interesting. So these rhinos will fight each other, but in the rare occasion that there's a severe drought, a neighboring bull, he will allow sort of a rival bull to move through his territory to get to water if the other one doesn't have sort of water in his territory, if he is submissive. If he is not submissive to that rhino, to the current bull of that area, he won't allow him to move through. I myself haven't seen that quite yet, but a few of my friends who've been in the guiding industry, they've seen that. But you can always learn from nature, huh? You can read all the textbooks in the world that you like, and you can get quite knowledgeable from those textbooks. Just spending time out here in the bush is second to none, huh? It's a textbook on its own. You know, you watch all these different dynamics and social interactions. Speak to some of the chaps that have been in the bush for 20, 30 years. Glean some information from them. So earlier we were talking about if the zebras get a fright, and from a noise, you know, an unsuspecting noise, that they'll most likely run away. These warthogs, I'm sure many of you have seen it, if they do get a fright, or even if they trot along, the tail goes straight up. One of my favorite things about them. Now that we talk about him, it's got camera shy going behind that rhino there. Let me zoom out a little bit for you and show you some of the other species that we've got here. Look at that, all happening. Carl, I 100% agree with you. The ear movements of that rhino are fascinating. They never stop, you know, they're moving constantly. There goes the little warthog. That's a good observation from you there, Carl. Like we did talk about earlier, their hearing is their most important sense. So the ears are going to flicker all over the place, you know, rotating. There he was just maybe chasing a little fly off or something. But those ears will move independently of each other quite often, picking up on any noise. Yeah, I can hear a crowned eagle calling on my right hand side. There's a deep valley with a big sort of rocky outcrop, rocky face close to the ridge of it there. I'm sure those crowned eagles are calling from around there. So we did mention earlier today as well that the vervet monkeys have been going crazy. And crowned eagles are a massive species of bird that we get here that will target vervet monkeys. It will take vervet monkeys. I was doing a walk through northern KZN quite a few years ago now, but it's an experience I'll never forget. I was on foot and I'd spotted 3 rhinos that were coming in my direction. The wind was blowing towards me. They hadn't picked up on my scent. Their eyesight is not their best sense, so I climbed a tree just to allow them to get on with their business and not disturb them as much as I could. And while I was up in this tree, I hadn't spotted these vervet monkeys. But these vervet monkeys started alarm calling. And there was a pair of crowned eagles in the area that was hunting these monkeys. So largely for a lot of our raptors, for a lot of our eagles, the females will be bigger than the males. And the female came down and she swooped down to try and catch one of these vervet monkeys. But these eagles, they're notorious that because the female is bigger, it's more of a pseudo attack, it's more of a false attack. And she swooped down to the top of the canopy, never breaking the canopy, and swooped away. And the monkeys went crazy, screeching to each other. And this female crowned eagle, she flew off, she banked away, and the monkeys started to settle down. And I was still watching these rhinos. It was amazing, incredible. All of a sudden, the male crowned eagle, who's smaller, obviously easier to part through the canopy, he made his way down and he grabbed quite a smallish vervet monkey, but he managed to get one. And he got it in his talons and he flew off with it. An experience I will never forget. It was just myself, walking by myself there, quiet, melting in with nature, watching everything almost like I was part of it. Rhino beneath me, monkeys going crazy, and a crowned eagle break through the canopy. That's a day I'll never forget. Incredible. Yeah, it looks like he's still ambling in the rough direction of Scotia Dam there. Oh, look at his tail. He's going to scent mark. There we go. Amazing. So you see how he urinated there on that little shrub. That's his way of letting those other male rhinos know, this is my territory, this area is taken. Remember, on this open plain, we know that Thandi loves to move through these areas here. So he's going to be sort of protective of females and things like that. Good size rhino, this one. Not the biggest one in the world, but he is a decent size rhino. But that's lovely behavior to watch. We've talked about him moving through his territory, scent marking the whole morning, and this is the first time we've managed to capture it for you this morning. Happy days. Boom shakalaka. Yes, please. Maybe I think what I'll do is even amble down get a view of the waterhole, see if he does go down to drink position ourselves in the case that he does. Let's take you across to Lisa at the waterhole with some of the impalas that are there.
Thank you, Nick. I am still watching my bookies at Djuma. They've moved away from the water now. But the waterbuck is still around, the beautiful impala. So we'll take a look now at the water and see if anything's gone down there. But for our other locations, it's also been pretty quiet. I think it might be because of the weather, the overcast weather. I'm not sure if that was a roller again. I think this bird is playing games with me. It is one. All right, I will get us back to the bookies just now. No, those are hornbills. I did see a roller. But speaking of which, and we touched on this a little bit earlier on when we heard them calling. So these are the red-billed hornbills. But you can see they were sort of probing a hole into the bark of the tree. So it might be that they are preparing to have some eggs in here. Ew, what is that? No, 'tis not my roller. I shall find it. Do not worry, it is a starling. But hopefully we will see a lilac-breasted roller today. Always very fascinating to see them. Oh, just look at this waterbuck. It looks like a dog that got scolded. Hello, Bookie. Oh, very fascinating animals. And of course, just like any other animal to me, their babies are adorable. Want to keep an eye on those hornbills because that's very interesting. I mean, of course, you know, it does happen, but it's not often that you actually see them at their nesting sites, either when they're constructing or when the male is feeding. So it's always very interesting to see when you can actually catch them in the act and on the spot that they are busy constructing. So you can see there's one on the top branch and then one here below. I do suspect this is probably the male. Quickly want to see because it seems like he's very quick when he comes and goes. So I just want to see how long it's going to take him now to come back.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
It's so incredible as a naturalist, but I think any wildlife enthusiast, you can have seen a sighting before and you know that these things of course happen, animals reproduce to ensure the survival of that species, but it's so incredible when you see these sort of things happening as well. Like the season currently we're heading into now as well, all of the babies that are coming. It's always just so incredible to see it. And like these birds now, these hornbills, constructing a nest, we're part of something bigger and we're not interfering or anything, but we get to witness it and observe it. I don't know, for me that is just such a privilege. Just want to see if we can see anything, because all of the antelope are looking to this side. Of course, we do have the camp here at the back, so it might just be that some people caught their attention. But just want to have a look-see. It can't be anything too serious. The impalas are grazing again, so it's nothing too serious. Alright, I just want to see what's happening at the actual water hole. See if anything has come down in the meantime for some water or a good old swim. Our Egyptian goose party is still on. However, not a lot of interaction amongst them today, which is interesting. But I do think it is because of the weather. They just want to take it easy. Not even enough energy for fighting. I love this water buck. It's just like he's doing a typical pose for anyone ready that wants to take a photo of him. And they are pretty cool to photograph. I've got some cool photographs from over the years of them, of babies, the males. They are just stunning. You can see he's actually busy regurgitating now. Always say it looks like some sort of a mystical creature from Narnia or somewhere. Sarah, yes, definitely. It's not necessarily a specific condition where female antelopes have horns, but it has happened before in the past, yes, where even a male was born without horns, a female was born with horns. So, I mean, Mother Nature is a funny thing when it comes to genes and stuff like that, just like people, you know. Some of us have really, really thick hair. Some of us have really, really light skin. It's DNA is a very, very interesting thing. And yes, it has happened before. Not once, actually. A couple of times, actually, where they could tell by the genitalia, okay, well, this is a female, but she's got horns. Or they could tell by the genitalia, okay, well, this is a male, but he doesn't have horns. So, I mean, those kind of things are always fascinating to me, because did it just accidentally happen? How did it happen? But yes, no, definitely anything is possible in nature, just like a lot of people believe that some animals that generally just have one baby cannot have twins. They can, of course. Anything is possible in Mother Nature. There is, however, a massive difference between probability and possibility. So anything is possible, but a lot of things are not probable. So and I just love their noses. This beautiful heart shape. And then when you look at their necks as well, of course, they've got a very shaggy coat. A lot of people say they're waterproof. Not necessarily the case. they are a bit more water resistant, that's the word. That's something I've never understood. When my brother bought a new watch, I would ask him, what's the difference between waterproof and water resistant? So yes, the water can eventually seep into their skin. But what's very cool about a water buck is they actually have scent glands situated in their necks. So it's very rare to see a water buck be predated on from start to finish by a predator. And the reason for that is whenever they feel threatened or provoked or anything, they can actually release a very foul smell. And generally that puts off the predator. Of course, they will also try to run into water if they can to evade the predator. Because as we know, cats are not fond of water. But again, this can vary depending on the circumstances, all of that. So, but very, very fascinating animals. Very, very beautiful. Our South African reindeers. Just look at that. Always constantly listening, smelling. If they are not sure about something, they'll stop immediately whatever they're doing, whether it's actively eating or regurgitating their food. Just always making sure. Because, I think it's pretty daunting, You could literally become a meal at any time. During the day when you're just chilling, when you're drinking water, when you're sleeping or trying to sleep at night. Just want to see if these birds are still busy with their nest. They are definitely busy here. So I will definitely, now that I know about this, I will be keeping an eye on it. See when the female perhaps moves in, when the male starts feeding herself and the chicks. Very, very fascinating to observe. I'm also very much due for some southern ground hornbills. I know we had some the other day, but I myself have not seen any in quite some time. Alrighty, but in the meanwhile, let's see what Nick and his rhinos are up to, and I will keep an eye on this area for us.
So our white rhino has come down to a little mud wallow here. You can just see on the right hand side, small little patch of mud. And I'm sure where he's lying there, the sand is going to be nice and cool, obviously, because it's wet. And maybe he's just easing into it, you know, getting into it slowly. No rush, it's Saturday, it's the weekend, let's take it easy. See, we've got some warthogs behind him there. And a nice wildebeest. I think for him, he probably knows as well that there's no rush, you know. I think if he was feeling really hot and he needed to cool down now, not as in, 10 minutes time, he could try roll around and get involved. And I think for the moment he seems quite happy just to do his own thing. Just having a look at the edge of the water here. Try and get you a little bit closer in. Sorry about that. You can see around there, there's plenty of different tracks. Warthogs have been down here, the wildebeest have been, there are plenty of tracks here. So this is obviously a firm favorite for a lot of the animals to come and cool off here. Has anybody ever seen rhinos mud wallowing, elephants coming down to a waterhole to cool themselves off before? It's been amazing to watch how, even from as much as an hour ago, hour and a half even, he started to point his direction in terms of coming here. No real rush, kind of slowly coming across. Sometimes if you watch a herd of elephants, especially if there's some babies that are in the herd, the matriarch, she can pick up the pace and rush down, especially when they get closer to the waterhole. Everybody smells the water. Very different from the way, a herd of elephants might come down. This rhino's taken his time. He's gone slowly. You can see some very rhythmic breathing. So Jane, it's a very good question that you're asking. If animals use wallows from other animals, they will, yeah. So where these, where these warthogs and this rhino are right now, warthogs kind of just moved out of the frame, but this could have potentially even been created possibly from the territorial wildebeest bull. Remember, he's also got scent glands between his hooves, so sometimes he can kind of scrape the ground with his feet, and then continually over and over again, that creates a slightly bigger patch, a depression, and then if water gathers there, you get a very small little mud wallow like what we've got here. And over time, it just becomes bigger and bigger. And yeah, different species of animals will 100% use it. Something like this rhino we're looking at, he would use it. Warthog would use it. You look at something like elephant. Elephant would even use it. So the actual dam of Scotia Dam itself is just on my left-hand side, and that's obviously a solid body of water. So if you look at something like the species of elephant, they would usually go down to the water hole itself to start off with and slake their thirst. Usually you'd watch them drinking quite carefully, putting the trunk just on top of the water, and you can even hear the suctioning sound as they slurp the water up with their trunks, and then they'll squirt it out into their mouths. And they'll drink carefully like that because they don't want to disturb the sediment. Obviously, if they charge into the water, they disturb the sediment, and then they're drinking dirty water. And often from drinking, they could then go somewhere to a spot like this mud wallow where they could throw some wet mud over themselves to protect the skin. Same concept of what the rhino's doing. Protect the skin from the sun, cool themselves down. So in that sort of scenario, just talking about 3 species of the rhino, the warthog, and the elephant, you can see how all of them would use it. Something like a buffalo, he might even use it. I mean, it's not the biggest mud wallow in the world, but beggars can't be choosers. You gotta use what's there. An old buffalo bull, he would also use this. Roll around, get completely covered. So you get old bulls that have sort of past their peak. They don't move around with the big herds anymore. Buffalo bulls we're talking about here. They can be sort of 10, 12 years old or so later on in life, and their joints can be sore a few times, and they like to hang around the water holes and often where these mud wallows are. And those are often known as daga boys. So the word daga, it's a Zulu word, it means mud. Those old buffalo bulls, they love just to roll around in the mud, and often when you see them, they'll be absolutely caked in it. So plenty of different species will use these mud wallows. That's a top-notch question. Now, talking about buffaloes, far in the distance, right at the edge of one of the valleys there, I can see 1 or 2 buffalo just starting to poke their heads out from the thickets. Who knows, maybe even later on as the day progresses, they might come here, quite a distance from here at the moment. Maybe scan across here in the meantime and see if I can show you these buffaloes. They're going to be slightly out of frame, I think. Yeah, they're going to be too far. We do have some wildebeest here though. So that mud wallow that we were talking about, who knows, could have even been one of these 2 wildebeest that we're looking at that could have started this little depression. Like we talked about, it's amazing. These wildebeest right out in the middle of the day, feeding, constantly moving around, cropping those grasses. You might get the audio of another vehicle behind us. They might even have the same idea of passing this mud wallow in the heat of the day. This is the place to be. All the animals are going to be heading down here. This is the good spot to be. Possibly even with the audio of that vehicle, he's just kind of swiveling around. There we go, boy. What we want is him to roll over, and we want him to completely cover himself. Linda, This is your first sighting of a rhino mudwalling. I'm so happy we could bring this to you. It's an incredible sight, huh? Absolutely incredible. Very important part of the rhino's day. Yeah, I think there's a good chance he's going to start to roll over and completely cover himself. So I think I might just let us enjoy this and just take it all in. I'm sure you heard a little bit of a bellow there earlier. Further in the distance, there was another rhino that was giving a call there. That's probably what you heard. You can immediately see that little section of where he has rolled over and where he's covered with mud. Look at the different color tones from where it's the muddy section and where there isn't that muddy section. You know, all along this morning we've kind of been chatting about different color tones, keeping in mind different color saturations and things like that, thinking about things photographically. And you can imagine if he did have to stand up and move away from this mud wallow after he'd finished cooling himself down here, how that mud is going to add a completely different concept to your photograph. You know, we were mentioning that you want to tell a story in your photograph. And something as small as him rolling around in this mud wallow, you're creating a story through your picture. Look at all those scratches on the top of his back there when he's been moving through some of the thickets. Talked about him having a very solid hide. You know, if he did have to get a wound, maybe from fighting with another rhino, or maybe a thorn went in somewhere that was a bit softer, closer to his armpits or something like that, you can imagine going in the mud like this. That's going to help to kind of soothe that wound. You know, we mentioned the resilience of animals. He's not too worried about infection and dirt going in any wounds and things like that. He's worried about right now. He's worried about how do I sort that problem out right now. I've seen a elephant before, a male elephant. He got into a fight with another male over some ladies. And remember, the elephants have ivory, which are essentially extensions of their teeth. And in this fight, the one bull's tusks, his one tusk on the left-hand side got broken, snapped off. And obviously that was very sore. And every time he would head to a mud wallow like this rhino's in now, he would slurp up a bit of mud, and the first thing that he would do, he would shoot that mud out of the trunk into that opening of where the tusk where it used to come out. Yeah, obviously trying to soothe that wound. Must be itchy, there must be inflammation, trying to sort it out. he's absolutely loving that mud wallow.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Those warthogs have completely vanished from the area here, I'm sure, with them moving around and sloshing. A little bit put off by all of the noise. Maybe they've gone just to feed somewhere in the surrounding area. Maybe come back a little bit later. But from here it's going to be very interesting to see what he gets up to. We mentioned earlier there's that milkwood tree that's close to Scotia Dam. Nice thick trunk would be a good spot to scratch up against. Looking at it now, I can see it close to the bottom of it. There's a faint mud line mark of where other animals have scratched up against there. I'm not going to zoom all the way across there now. Don't want to make anyone seasick. But it's a beautiful, beautiful scene. And obviously by that tree there is shade, you know. There's nice cooler spots there that it could potentially even lie down in after mud wallowing here. There's some zebras in the distance calling. And he's still very alert. He is still moving all over the place, listening carefully. But it is definitely very, very warm out here now. I wouldn't be surprised if those warthogs that we saw earlier, if they did come down here later. Those buffaloes we mentioned that were in the distance. Can't see any more of them. But I'm sure they'll find some type of water source today.
Thank you, Nick. It's always so special to see those guys mud wallowing, and it's so fascinating to see them, try and get the whole body full of mud. So, always so special to see them. As you can see, the wind has picked up a little bit here in Djuma, and we are just trying our bestest just to hopefully see some animals. We do still have our impala and our waterbuck around. I'm just anxiously waiting to see if there's perhaps a predator that's going to come down today, or perhaps the elephants. Just look at him. They truly are stunning birds. And of course, also the oxpeckers around him for the ticks and the parasites and everything. And very interesting. Your red-billed oxpeckers are, I wouldn't say common to see, but more common to see as opposed to your yellow-billed oxpecker. But oxpeckers in general actually used to be a highly endangered species. And the reason for this is because they do what they do, feeding off ticks and parasites and little insects on animals. Of course, they do sit on domestic cattle as well. And a farmer would generally, of course, to prevent parasitism and all of that on their cattle, they would dip their animals in poison. So at one stage, a lot of oxpeckers unfortunately died out because of this. But luckily, there are way more eco-friendly ways to control this now. And of course, as naturalists, we touch on this a lot. The markings on different animals, like the lions where they're black behind the ears, at the tip of the tail. That, of course, is a follow me sign. And a communication sign, I do believe as well. For instance, when they are stalking, if there's lines behind the first line, then they can say, okay, well, the ears are down now, tail is still, or it's flicking, or whatever the case is. Same with this beautiful waterbuck. We can't see it now, but they've got a beautiful white ring on their rear end. And that is also a follow me sign. A lot of people do also believe that it is a confusion or defense mechanism against the predator. But just like a lot of other antelopes as well, like the nyala, the kudu, when they lift the tail, they've got that white flash. So those are also a way to predict or evade their predators. Just beautiful. And of course, a very water dependent animal. They drink a lot of water, and as I mentioned earlier, they do depend on water as well when they do in fact try to get away from a predator, because most of the time a lion will not go after them into the water, for instance. Just want to see if we can get this oxpecker. Yes, now I was wondering when this water buck is gonna lose it a little, because I don't know how these animals tolerate it. I understand they're getting cleansed in the progress, or in the process, I should say. And sometimes, I look at them and I think, how can that not be ticklish or annoying? When these birds really full on get into it. Just want to see if that oxpecker is going to come back. Oh, there's a squirrel in the background. I didn't even see him. Seems like it's perhaps foraging for some goodies. This is honestly what I love about Escape to Nature, but any safari really, when you just get to, you're not constantly, I almost want to say, overwhelmed by all of the bigger animals like the elephants and everything else that's going on. It's sometimes so needed and so necessary and just so amazing to just focus on the smaller things like that oxpecker now. I've never seen an oxpecker that long on a water buck, to be honest. And this beautiful squirrel here in the background. It's getting quite windy now. I really am not excited for rain, just from a safari perspective. But of course, as I've mentioned a couple of times, of course we do need the rain. It is very much needed in the bush. It's always so interesting when you look at a tree and where elephants have actually been. Because of course, the elephants, as I mentioned earlier, they love the cambium of a tree, which is the inner bark of a tree, because the outer bark is just really to protect the tree, whereas the inner bark is where all of the nutrients and everything flow from the roots to the leaves. And the elephants can of course smell that. So that is why an elephant will often push a tree over. Sometimes it's just out of spite, but more often than not, it's actually to get to the root of the tree, because they can smell the nutrients that are stored in those roots, as well as the nutrients that are flowing through the cambium. So that is often why they'll break a tree, push it over, get to the roots, but then also, of course, break the bark of a tree. So if it's like this is called ring barking. If it's done completely around, other times, if there's still enough bark for the tree to sort of heal itself and there's still some pathway of transportation for the nutrients, then that tree will still thrive and survive. But it's sad sometimes, they do that to these massive trees and it's just like a thin strip, but it is unfortunately completely all the way around. Then that tree can unfortunately not heal itself again. It really just is such a beautiful, peaceful day here in Juma. Just want to have a look. I'm not sure if that's a bird or just a piece of the actual branch of that tree. Nope, it's just the branch. So if you look over there, that white piece got me very excited. I thought it might be an eagle of some sort. But alas, it is not. It's alright. We'll find other things to look at, you silly tree. Adrian, definitely. This waterbuck is just chilling like a villain. Really taking it easy. And as I mentioned, animals do tend to do that in this sort of weather. They'll still be out in the open, but they will just take it easy, conserve their energy as much as they can. Because I do believe to some extent they sort of also might know that, if it is cooler, predators might be a bit more active. And again, this is just speculation. We don't really know what's going on in their minds. But yes, to some extent, I would believe that, they do probably know that predators are more active, so thus they have to conserve their energy for if they get ambushed, perhaps, they can get away, hopefully, as soon as possible. But as I said, for the most part, waterbuck is not really a preferred meal. But of course, something like a lion, of course, are opportunistic hunters. So they will definitely, if they have the opportunity and they can do it, then they'll definitely go for the waterbuck. But it's not a common thing for waterbucks to be predated on. Just want to see if we can see our hornbills again. But since it is a fairly not quiet day, because it's never quiet, it's just a more less action-filled day today at our various water holes. I think what I can do for you guys is let's do a bit of a questionnaire. So you are more than welcome to ask me, let's say in the next 10 minutes, you're more than welcome to ask me anything, whether it's about myself or about me as a naturalist, or about my guiding experience. You're more than welcome to shoot those questions through so we can get to know each other a bit. That is the most intriguing thing about being a naturalist, is getting to know your audience, whether they are physically on the vehicle with you or not. So please do send through your questions, comments, anything, and let's have some fun.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
Now, of course, terrapins, just like the oxpeckers, very, very important. They clean up and help with parasitism. So, of course, when animals do come to water holes or even puddles like this, the terrapins will sort of, sometimes they'll even be out of the water, but for the most part, they'll be in the water, getting onto the legs of the animals and then just feeding off those ticks, parasites, anything that could potentially be problematic to those animals. That's often why you'll see them on animals like hippos, like Dewey, and other animals as well. Of course, they do enjoy sunbasking as well. I think the ants are actually irritating this guy. If you just look at his back feet, he's sort of every now and again he's scraping around, and you can see the movement of the ants there. Veronica, you would like to know how sensitive their shells are. So terrapins, of course, live in fresh water, so even though they've still got a pretty hard shell, to my knowledge and experience, it's not as hard as a tortoise's. For instance, often, tortoises will actually get picked up by an eagle or something like that, an owl perhaps, and they'll actually drop them and keep dropping them until the shell breaks. But terrapins, because they are on the water, it's a little bit softer. However, that being said, they can also get predated on. But as I mentioned, they do have a super, super stinky and foul smell. So it's not too common for them. But yes, their shells can definitely, be a protective layer almost, but unfortunately, it doesn't cover the whole body. If something wants to, like a raptor with a probing beak or something, if they want to get them out, they'll definitely get them out. But please do remember to send your questions, comments, whether it's about the animals, about me. You're more than welcome to ask me anything, since the animals are hiding from us today. If you don't pay attention, you actually won't see that waterbuck there. It sort of just blends in with the bark of that tree. Alrighty, my good friends. But in the meantime, I will be here waiting for animals and looking. But in the meantime, let's see what Nick and his rhino are up to in Kariga.
So our rhino bull is still in his little mud wallow, having a lovely time. So he must have been in here now for, sure, a good 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes or so. And can't blame the chap. It is a top spot. So he has moved around just a little bit, but we should start to see relatively soon on the left-hand side of his body where he's really covered himself with mud. That should start to dry off pretty soon and is going to start to change from that nice dark color that we saw when he first got to the mud wallow. It's going to start to dry off, become a little bit paler. It's a lovely shot, that. Yeah, the heat is quite relentless today. It's beautiful. I love hot weather. And I don't think there's many better places than this rhino that he could find than this right now. You can see earlier this morning we were talking about the dark shadows and things of photography. Obviously now, what is it, sort of 12:30 or so, it must be, the sun is pretty much right up above us and you can see it's casting some pretty significant shadows on him there. Which obviously makes it a little more difficult to work around. You know, you've got to bring these things into consideration, you know, in terms of when you're positioning yourself. And most of the time he's been generally facing the direction that I'm positioned in now. So I'm quite happy to stay here. I reckon there's a chance possibly before he even leaves the mud wallow that he might roll around once more just to get a fresh layer of dung on there. Temperature regulation for all these animals is going to be critical out here. Lenny, I agree 100%. It is absolutely incredible to see them in their natural environment. And this is the way that we want to see them. You know, we want to see them doing exactly what they would be doing even if we weren't here. This is what this rhino would be doing. So we're not changing his behavior, we're watching natural processes take place here. And that's essentially what we want. We want to watch natural behavior. We want to learn from these animals. Now, we talked about learning from them in terms of patience. Plenty of other things we can learn from nature. I mentioned earlier that you know, some people handle heat well, others don't handle it so well. You know, other people prefer colder environments. I love summer. It's beautiful. I do struggle with hot temperatures. And I sometimes think if I had to be an animal, I reckon I'd choose a hippo. I think they've got the right idea when it gets to summer. Hey, wallow. Well, you know, they're in the water the whole day. I guess you could call it wallowing. regulating their temperature. Get too hot, just go underneath the surface of the water again. Strange little ears come up, Shrek-like ears. Oh, they've got it. They've got it right. I would be a hippo, 100%. Yeah, further behind me I can still see our warthogs. They're obviously just a little bit intimidated by the size of these rhinos here. Yeah, it's just a beautiful scene here. You can see every now and then there is a butterfly that flits across in front of the rhino. Birds all around. I can see some zebra down in the shade. And it's going to be interesting to see how long this little mud wallow lasts, where this rhino is lying in now. Obviously, the more and more things like this rhino and warthog and buffalo come here, the more the remaining water is going to be churned up, and the quicker that the mud wallow will dry up. So it's going to be interesting to see going forward over the next few days the development of the state of this little mud wallow. How long is it going to last for them? Because obviously in terms of mud wallowing, these rhinos want thick mud to coat their hide and protect their skin. Going into much cleaner waters, something like Scotia Dam just on my left. That's great. It's much cleaner water, but it's not going to coat their skin and stick there. It's not going to stay there. It's not going to do the same job as mud would. So we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, around these small little mud wallows like this in the open clearing of where we are, there's a bird that's called a Cape Longclaw. Beautiful little bird. It's got an orangey coloured throat. The old name used to be a orange-throated longclaw. And specifically where mud wallows are in open clearings, they're looking for little insects to catch. They're looking for butterflies. They're looking for little tidbits. And we can definitely keep an eye out for them, obviously now, over the upcoming days. I would love to show you one of these Cape Longclaws. Beautiful little birds. A good bird, sort of specializing down here in the Eastern Cape. And Kariega Game Reserve is going to be a very good place to see them. You can see every now and then this rhino is having a good listen, specifically when I talk. Like we mentioned, the hearing is so important to him. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit more now compared to about half an hour ago. And obviously higher winds, stronger winds, make it a bit more difficult for the rhino to hear. So that could be one of the reasons we might start to see his ears moving around and listening a lot more as the afternoon progresses. Let me zoom out a little bit for you here. You can see some manyalas in the background. Olivia, in terms of my love for photography, I can't remember the first picture I took, but it's something that's just grown on me. And I started with, before digital, my parents had one of the film cameras, and my parents, they would dial in the settings for me, and they'd give the camera to me, and I'd push the shutter button. And as time progressed, I'd say to them, this is the type of image that I'm trying to get, and maybe they'd change the settings to get a lot of depth of field, a lot of area and focus, or just a small little area and focus. From there, my dad got a digital camera, and I started playing with that, and until eventually I bought my camera. So I can't basically remember the first picture that I've taken, but I can remember that since I was a young boy, my love for photography grew and grew and grew. And I guess I can really thank my parents for that at the end of the day. Growing up, I'd visit game reserves often, every 3-4 months. And, back in the day when film was the predominant sort of medium to be shooting on, and when you're 6 years old, however, you don't know how to frame a picture, so half of the time you're taking a picture of nothing, but you've got to print every single picture. So my parents we chat about it sometimes, we look back and we have a good laugh at it. But yeah, my love for photography has just developed and changed over time, and you get these ideas of what you want to try and do and play with, and it's something that I love. It's also nice to sometimes go back through some of the pictures and the albums that you've got, to take a look at the types of pictures that you were taking sort of 10 years ago, and to see how it's transitions, how it's progressed, from 10 years ago to now. Each photographer's generally got a style or a way that they prefer to shoot, and it kind of comes across in their images. So obviously, growing up with a film camera, I'd have to learn how to do all the settings myself when I was younger. You've basically got your 3 variables. You've got your shutter speed, you've got your aperture, also known as your f-stop, and you've got your ISO, which pretty much determines the sensitivity of your sensor and how much light it's going to let in. And all 3 work in conjunction with each other. To basically create your end image in terms of the overall exposure and things like that. And there's a few more technicalities, but we won't get into that now. And it's been so much easier for me moving sort of, if you look at from film to digital, a lot of photographers these days, they won't shoot on the full manual mode, just because there's so much more data you've got to put into the camera that you've got to think in your mind. There's definitely faster ways to shoot than full manual mode, which is what I shoot in. But for me, I've just become comfortable with manual, just because I've basically grown up on having to think in my head all of these different variables and how do they work together. So like I said, it's shooting in manual mode is definitely not going to work for everyone, and there's faster ways to be doing things, getting the end product right. But if it works for me, it works for me. And I think of photography, you've just got to get stuck in. You've got to start somewhere, to pick up a camera and just start fiddling a little bit. Take a shot here, take a shot there, review it on your laptop, see what you think you maybe could have done better. Get your family to maybe take a look at it, give you some pointers. Plenty of amazing blog posts out there and documents and things that you can download for free to give you a hand and give you good solid information on the art of photography and how all of it works together. You know, if you look at this rhino now, how his ears are moving all over the place. I mean, the wind is starting to pick up a lot more, like we said, and that's why his ears are moving. But even if he had to move away from thinking about still photography and move to video, you could zoom right in on his ears, and those ears are going to tell a story of their own. That you can see the edge of the ears, the rim of the ear in effect has all got little hairs as well. Logan, in terms of the result of mud, I don't know if it does help with healing. You know, I think it definitely helps to not sort of heal it overall, but it helps to soothe any wounds. You know, if he's got any cuts or anything like that, it's definitely going to help to soothe it. I think in terms of healing, you know, it's going to be the body, you know, antibodies from him, the body himself, and he's going to secrete those, and those are going to help in a major way, probably more than mud, I would say. I would say the mud is more of a soothing agent. But I mean, if you look at something like a wound on a rhino, we mentioned that oxpeckers love to feed on ticks. So I mean, oxpeckers have got a really good relationship with the rhinos in terms of benefiting the rhinos, of helping them to maintain their health in terms of preventing a high tick load. But at the same time, if this rhino did have a serious wound on him, the oxpeckers would come in, and they do eat little bits of you know, dried up blood and things like that. It sounds quite nasty, but in effect they keep pecking at the wound, and they prevent that wound from healing as fast as it could, compared to if those oxpeckers weren't present, which is quite interesting. And it's hard to portray the sheer mass, the sheer size of this rhino. You know, size of his head, got a good sized head. I mean, look at his shoulder there. Look at the hump on his shoulder. Just dense muscle, strong animal. You know, a big fully grown bull is going to be close to 2 tons. And although he's large, he's large and in charge. But he's quick as well. You know, the turn of speed from a rhino is absolutely incredible. You know, from standing still to running even at sort of like 40 k's an hour, just like that. All of these animals out here, actually, they've all got an amazing turn of speed. Nothing out here that you're going to outrun. You know, and we started to touch on it earlier today. It amazes me how you think of a lot of these animals, they rest for large periods at a time. I mean, obviously we've got this rhino resting now. You think of a predator, even something like a lion, a leopard, or a cheetah. How, you know, on average they're not hunting every single day. They're maybe going to hunt every sort of 3rd day, somewhere there, maybe every 4th day. Who knows? You know, it depends upon a large number of variables. But how they can go for large periods at a time of being quite stationary, not really moving a whole lot, and just like that they can get up, you know, because instinct is going to drive them. If a cheetah's resting and an unsuspecting impala walks across, its instinct is for it to get up and to chase that impala. And you think about humans, you think about if we had to do that, if we had to do no stretching at all and get up and all of a sudden run as fast as we could for 200 meters. Someone's so likely to pull a hamstring or something like that. Whereas you see like a cheetah or a lion get up and give a good stretch. But just for a few seconds, 3-4 seconds. But they've done a few studies on that they think that they kind of contract all the muscles in the body. It's not just stretching the back and, giving the downward dog yoga pose. It's tension in the whole muscles. It's squeezing. It's activating all those muscles. Studies have shown that that's actually a highly, highly effective way of stretching. Short and intense. I'm sure I've never seen a lion running or a cheetah running and all of a sudden halfway through the chase, giving a little bit of a limp. I've never seen that. Sure, maybe sometimes they can stand on a thorn or something like that and kind of abandon the hunt, but it's amazing.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
I can see every now and then he's moving both of those ears simultaneously. I'm sure there's a few small little insects that are buzzing around his ear there that he's just chasing off. Just going to zoom out for you a little bit. There's a lovely bird starting to make its way here, called a sacred ibis. Beautiful bird. You can see how white those white colors are there. Beautiful against those yellow button flowers. Stunning. Little reposition. I don't think he's got any intention of going anywhere too far and too fast. You can see he's got his lip right up against the edge of that water hole there. You can see the wrinkles just above his nose. So we mentioned that other animals like buffalo would love to come and wallow in this mud wallow here. So you can see the whole time that we've been here, this rhino has just been resting. Remember, he's not a ruminant. He doesn't regurgitate his food. Something like a buffalo is a ruminant, so he's able to regurgitate that food, chew the cud again, you know, basically that eaten food, and get more and more nutrients from that. So, you know, this rhino is not as lucky that he can kill two birds with one stone while he's kind of mud wallowing. I'm sure if we had to see one of those old Duggar boys, one of those old male buffaloes, that at some point we, you know, if we spent the same amount of time with him as we have with this rhino, we would see him ruminating. So giraffes are one of the other animals that are ruminants. One of my favorite, actually. And if you can get relatively close to them when they're ruminating, it's an absolutely amazing thing to watch. So because the neck of a giraffe is so long, you can physically see this bolus of food moving from sort of obviously the stomach closer to the chest area, moving all the way up the throat to the mouth. You can see this little ball moving all the way along. They call that waves of peristalsis, big word for the day. And this bolus moves all the way up to the mouth. They chew it for a little bit, and then when the giraffe swallow it, you can see again that bolus of food going all the way down the neck. It's incredible to watch. See some blesbok have just made their way past us at the top of the frame there. Let me take you back into the rhino here. So you can see how we were talking earlier about the physical size of a rhino's eye being relatively small. And look at the size of his overall body, and you can see, his eye's not the biggest in the world. Think of something like a lion. A lion's eye, as the physical size, is going to be something similar to the rhino's. He's obviously much smaller. For those lions, their eyesight is going to be crucial, very important. So it's got to have a well-developed eye. Whereas for the rhino, you can see, smaller eye, it's not going to be as well developed. We've talked in terms of picturing that photo that you want to take. We've talked a little bit about converting pictures to black and white in a scene like this. Lights and shadows and things like that. Have a look at his body, where he's covered in mud. Let me zoom in for you a little bit. Look at all the different texture that mud has created there. Obviously before he's gone into that mud wallow, he had almost like a smoother skin. Look at the amazing texture that mud has provided there. And that's something else that you can incorporate into your shots when you're thinking about taking them. I mean, as a creative shot, I wouldn't maybe get his head in here. I would maybe move this to the side like that. And that right there, look at that, as a black and white shot as well. Amazing. See the top of his neck on the top left of the shoulder, how it's a little bit reddish there. If he had maybe a bit more sort of darker reds there, if those reds were popping a little bit more, I would definitely keep this color this picture as a color picture. But because all the tones are quite similar here, this would be a black and white shot for me, envisioning in my head straight away. Remember earlier today we did talk about the soils in the area, some of them being quite high in that iron oxide soil, so it's very red in color. I've got a few photos before of warthogs that have been rolling around in mud, similar to what this rhino is doing, and they just ended up being caked in this red colored mud, and it just added such a different perspective to the picture. Made it look like a different species of animal, like a red warthog. But it's amazing what something as simple as mud can do for your photos. You just got to think out the box a little bit. See, obviously now he's turned his head like that. You can see a bit of his head. That might automatically, if you incorporated that into your picture, that might draw, the viewer's eye straight to the head of this animal. Whereas you don't really want that. You're not focusing on the head. That's not the story that you're trying to tell. So we would do, there we go, he's moved for us. So we would move it to get at something like that. You've look at those deep folds of skin on the right hand side, under his leg. That's what you want. That's the story you want to try and tell. A lot of movement, there we go. Yeah, I was just about to say, he might get up for us. Look at that, completely covered in mud. Look at that now again, what we were talking about of more of an abstract type of picture. Is if we closed in on his shoulder area and a little bit going into his sort of stomach area, as more of an abstract type of shot. Woo! That's where the money is. That's where the money is. That's the golden shot. there's a possibility he might look to scent mark now that he's starting to leave this mud wallow. Lovely. Look at the scene that we've got here. Just beautiful. And you can see in the distance there's those sort of more reddish iron oxide areas that we talked about that, you know, is going to create that richness of color. And the mountains of Kariga, just stunning. Yeah, let's have a little scan across here, take in some of the landscape, see if we can listen out to any birds that are starting to call. It's going to be so interesting to see as well if we do get any warthog starting to come down to this little mud wallow here. Beautiful. Well, now that these rhinos have moved off, I think let's take you across to Lisa at the Mashatu Waterhole.
Thank you, Nick. I myself am giving a crack at birding. Just checking out this Egyptian goose. Looks like a flamingo. Yes, it has been a fairly less action-filled day at Mashatu. We just had an elephant bull, and then literally as quickly as he came, he just as quickly disappeared again into the bush. I just want to see what this Egyptian goose is doing, because it's been lying down for the majority of the day. But I just want to see, is it going to go back into the water? Is it just going to practice being a flamingo for the day? What's the plan? What's the plan, Stan? Look at that leg wiggling. I would not be able to do that. I would have fallen on my face long ago. Seems like it's constantly smelling. Seems like we've got some movement in the water. Just want to make sure we are again not missing out on anything. Oh wow, look at those beautiful wings. There's your other leg. I knew it was not gone. And you can see the one leg is much darker than the other, which is interesting to me now. I don't know what that's from, if it's mud or if it perhaps accidentally defecated on its leg, or what happened. You can see the right leg is far more red as opposed to the other one. Well, right for us. Got a blacksmith lapping making its way over. Maybe they're gonna have a gossip session. And Leah, I believe you would like to know what is the survival rate of the chicks. So I mean, unfortunately with these birds, you know, it's just like anything else, like a warthog with its piglets as well in the summertime. Unfortunately, predators or birds of prey, they know when there's new babies around. So unfortunately, the little ones do get preyed upon even just as eggs by monitor lizards. But as I say, birds of prey will also go for the little ones. So generally not very good. But again, it depends on the circumstances, the mother. In some areas you get warthogs, for instance, with a lot of babies, 6 babies or so, and then within a week, a lot of the babies are unfortunately gone. Same with the Egyptian geese, you know, the chicks are more or less the same size as these two parents' chick. So I suspect they more or less had the same time, or had their chicks at the same time, but of course the one in Djuma, or the ones in Djuma, still have quite a few chicks. Y'all are being very noisy. Very, very noisy. Let's just take a look around the water hole. See what else is happening. There's the little one. We'll probably get back into the water now. Or not. Just having a little bonding session. Let's see if we can see our koalias making all of the noise. Now remember, today is Animal Bingo again. It is Saturday and Animal Bingo is back. So Djuma, Pridelands, Amakhala and Madikwe will have their own bingo card where they actually mark off all the animals that they see. And this happens every Saturday during Sunset Safari. And this will actually be for the rest of the year. How cool is that? And I'm always very cheeky saying that, oh, we don't participate because we will obviously win because we see so many animals. But today we have once again been reminded not to take the animals for granted when they do in fact show up. But yes, please tune in this afternoon and don't miss out on Animal Bingo. Of course, you can send your questions or comments, your guesses as to which guide you think or naturalist will win. And then, yes, I'll have a crack at Animal Bingo this afternoon. Should be a lot of fun. We must just find our cooliers again now. Perhaps they are more to the back of us. Ella, thank you so much for your question. You're 11 years old if I'm not mistaken. That is pretty cool. I too loved animals at your age. But the strangest plants I've tasted in the bush. Ooh, there's been a lot. But I think to this day my favorite in terms of strangest taste would be the silver cluster leaf tree. Because it actually, I'm sure many of you have seen with a naturalist on safari. It's a very funny expression that people get as soon as they tasted that. That was generally my first thing that I had guests smell and taste on safari in the summertime, because it actually literally numbs your tongue. So in the olden days, the Bushmen actually used it for like toothache and all of that. It's got a very shiny look to it, so they also used it to sort of polish things. But yes, in terms of taste, it's not very nice. It's got a lot of tannins in it, so eventually your tongue literally goes numb. But thank you, that's an interesting question. I've never had that question. Birdies, where are you? And we can hear them all around. Just trying to, I think they might just be out of reach for us. Probably behind a tree. A tree behind us.
Careful, careful. Oh no.
Harry, another good question. What's my favorite scientific animal name? I don't really have a favorite animal scientific name. However, that being said, for trees, my favorite scientific name would be for violet tree, and that is Securidaca longipedonculata. If you do not believe me, please go look that up. It's very interesting. But no, I don't really have a... To be honest, I was not the best naturalist when it came to scientific names when I studied. It was not my strong suit. I could remember them, but to me it was just not... I don't know, I didn't relate to it. You know, everyone relates to something and finds something super interesting. I did not. So I don't have a favorite scientific name for an animal. For an animal scientific name, I should say, rather. But yes, for trees, the violet tree, Securidaca longipedonculata. Sounds like a swear word. These quillias, I just want to catch them. They can just sit still in one spot just for 2 minutes. No, we've got an impala. Never thought I'd see the day coming where I get this excited for an impala at Mashot. But I'm always excited for any animals at any of our locations. Haley, jeez, you guys are asking interesting questions. I like it. You would like to know if I could have one animal ability for a day, what would it be? You see, this is a tricky one because it's difficult to just choose one. I would love to be able to fly, like soar really, really high, and you know, just see everything from that sort of view and perspective. Then I would also like to have the ability to run like a cheetah. I think that must be super exhilarating. Even, of course, you know, they are just sprinters. They can't run that fast for very long distances. And then also to have an elephant's trunk. I think that must be so intriguing, you know, scratching your eyes, smelling, drinking, all with just the one thing. Yes, that it's a very interesting question. Trying to think what else. Giraffes as well, I think is pretty cool, you know, to be that massive and that chilled and still be able to see that far. So I think that is also very, very effective. And then a leopard. Because they are solitary animals, they enjoy being alone. Don't get me wrong, I love my people around me and everything. But yes, sometimes, you know, you can drive past a leopard without even knowing it. I think it would be pretty cool to be invisible sometimes. Or at least just invisible to others. You can still see everything, but then like a fly on the wall. But yes, let me know what you would like to have, you know, the ability you would like to possess of an animal for a day. It'd be interesting to hear your takes on this as well. It's a very interesting question, that one. I cannot believe the animals are hiding from us today. There's another impala there, or it's perhaps just the same one that's gone around. Even our ostriches, I have not seen them in, coming to think about it, I have not seen ostriches here at Mashatu in quite some time. Very interesting. Hyena Cub, you would like to know if there's anywhere in Africa that you cannot find impalas. I'm just trying to think now. Because I mean, to me, I've always known it to be such a common species in Africa. I'm just trying to think anyway now that they would not be. Because even, you know, down in the coastal regions, they are even found in those areas. I think I'm actually going to research this and just make sure for you. But no, they are a very common species. I think you can pretty much find them anywhere. I mean, if you go really into it, it's predominantly Eastern and Southern Africa. But as I say, for the most part, it's a fairly common species. You know, of course, they are mixed feeders, so they can eat both grass and leaves. So as long as there's that for them, then they're fine. That's something that's always astonished me is, for instance, the lions in the Kalahari. How do they survive? It's literally a desert, and they make it work, they survive. But yes, animals, of course, you know, do adapt to their environment. What is it with all of these lone impalas today? That one we had in Juma. This one. Just want to make sure that is an impala, in fact, but I do believe it is one. Too convinced. It actually looks like it might be a steenbokkie. It's very tiny and very skittish. I think that might be a steenbokkie, which is my first steenbokkie in Mashatu. Ooh, do you guys hear the kingfisher? remember the one time I got so excited because especially in summertime, of course you see the woodlands. Yes, this is Steenbokkie. Oh, that is awesome. Which is my first Steenbokkie. Sorry, I got off track there. So, of course, in summertime, as I mentioned yesterday, the woodlands kingfisher, who are summer migrants, they come back. And I got so excited when I saw my first one because they really are beautiful birds. And in Afrikaans, you call it a visvanger, which literally translates to fish catcher. And to me, somehow, I got the Afrikaans and English mixed, and I literally shouted to my guest, "Look at the fish finger!" And they were all like, "The what?" So, no. Very, very interesting. But so cool to hear them, actually. Even when I have not seen them yet. It's always lovely to hear them. They've got a beautiful call. Trying to. It's a little bit tricky because this guy's so well camouflaged. Hi, tiny one. Of course, this is one of your fastest antelopes in Africa. They can run anything from 60 to 80 kilometers an hour. So, very, very nifty when you do in fact have to evade a predator. These quillias, I'm going to lose my mind today with them. Sometimes they make it so easy to keep up with them, and then other times not so much. Let's see. Want to have a look. I'm not sure if that is an actual bird as well. It's not a quillia. I'm not sure what is happening on top of that one acacia. I just want to have a look because, as I said, I did hear the kingfisher, and this light is not the greatest to actually look at your colorful birds. But just want to have a look. See, it is the lesser spotted leaflet bird. You see, this is what happens. Birdies, where are you? And animals, where are you? There's some impala in the background. I like them. Alright. You need to calm down. Little goosey, let's see what you are throwing a tantrum about. What is that one busy with? I'm not sure if it's got like a piece of vegetation or what it's busy with there. You can see the one off to the, of the two adults, the one that's off to the right. It's just busy with something. Not quite sure what. Oh, this tiny one is just so adorable. I remember the first time I actually saw the helmeted guinea fowl, their chicks for the first time. Goodness, it was the cutest thing I have ever witnessed. Also here the wind is slightly picking up now. See the clouds rolling in as well. Maybe we are getting some rain sooner than we had hoped for. But again, you know, we can't be too picky. It's a zebra! It's 2 zebras! It's 3 zebras! I was beginning to wonder if the animals had moved to a different reserve or something, but no, they are still around. Alright, geese, we've been spending a lot of time and attention on you. Calm down. It's the zebra's turn. Good afternoon, you beauties. Fashionistas. And believe it or not, even though they are very abstract animals, and you know, it seems like it's just stripes, these are, well, apparently these are one of the more difficult animals to actually sketch or paint. My father's an artist, and he's told me, like, this is a pretty tricky animal to actually get on a canvas. You know, because you think, okay, well, it's stripes, it should be fairly straightforward, but not all that much, apparently. Taylor, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your comments. Yes, indeed, these animals are quite beautiful to look at, and it's always a pleasure seeing them, you know, when they do come for a drink, whether it's the zebras, the giraffes, the impalas, even, believe it or not, and if anyone quotes me on this, I will deny it to my grave, but I even miss the baboons. The silence at the Mashatu waterhole has actually made me miss the baboons. But yes, it's always so, so beautiful when the animals do come down for a drink, whether it's the elephants, the zebras, giraffes, impalas, even the guinea fowl. I have not seen the guinea fowl in quite some time here at Mashatu. I want to see, this one is constantly staring at something now. I just want to see. Can just hear a lesser spotted Homo sapien bird there in the background. Aeroplane just bypassing. can hear something playing with water. I'm just not sure what. Maybe there's an animal off to the side. Maybe I'm going crazy. I mean, that's always a possibility. Maybe it's one of the many voices in my head drinking some water. I just want to have a look-see. Because that has actually happened many a time, specifically here at Mashatu with myself. We focus on the center and the sides of the watering hole, and then there's one or other animal here in the naughty corner just trying to avoid us. Animals, you have to come drink water and stay hydrated. I remember one of my favorite safari moments was when James Hendry, he was actually also trying to explain something, and there were lapwings like constantly, he was driving, but there were lapwings like constantly around him, like shouting at him. And literally at one stage he was just like, shut up. And I remember I was at work and I was having such a giggle. I thought it was the most hilarious thing, but of course, you know, the birds, in his case it was different, but here they don't even know we are here. So luckily we know it's not us upsetting these geese. However, it doesn't take a lot to upset an Egyptian goose.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the safari king or queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Here's our favorite bird, the Hadida ibis. Really, it's not a pretty bird. And it's not like you can say, okay, well, they sound nice, so you can excuse their looks. I don't know, for me it's a very annoying bird. Yvette, yes, I've got many favorite bird calls. I don't know if you were with us yesterday. We imitated quite a few animals and birds and everything. But yes, definitely the one that I did previously, the Woodlands Kingfisher, that is my favorite bird call and also one of my favorite birds because they're beautiful. So it's like a and as soon as they're around or you hear them, then you know summer has arrived. So that is generally my favorite bird call, but just like all of the other cliches as well, I would say, like an African fish eagle, a Veru eagle owl also has a very, very beautiful call. But yes, Woodlands Kingfisher is my favorite one, and if you have not heard it, please go research it. If you do, goodness, hey. If you don't know what the bird looks like, please do go look them up. It's a stunning, beautiful blue bird that only comes around in the summertime. I want to see what this is in the water. Not sure, but it hasn't moved, so I think it's just poop in the water. Probably elephant poop. If it was a terrapin or something, it would have moved by now, so I think it might just be poop. Connell, thank you so much for your interesting question. You would like to know how many ticks does an oxpecker eat in a day? What a brilliant question. I've never actually had that question. So more or less, I mean, they can eat hundreds of ticks because you can imagine, you know, the size comparison between a tick and a bird is quite extensive. So of course, you know, to actually get them full, it's going to take quite a few. So it can be hundreds of ticks a day, even thousands of ticks a day, or just the larvae even. But yes, of course, you know, they do have to feed on a lot, which is why they constantly move from animal to animal as well, whether it's from an impala to a rhino, just to get as many ticks as possible. So they too are very crucial to the ecosystem, just like the terrapins, like I mentioned earlier. But that is a very interesting question. I've actually never heard that question. Very, very, but yes, generally like hundreds to thousands of ticks a day that they will actually feed on. It seems like Aquilias are accumulating over here. Just want to see, because the other day we had the coolest sightings of them. They were either going down for water, or in the one moment, you know, there's an elephant that actually walked up to the acacia that they were accumulated in. And that elephant literally sprayed the tree, and they all just, it looked like fireworks coming out of the tree. Because the elephant would like drink a little bit, and then spray them a little bit, and drink a little bit, and spray them a little bit, which was pretty cool. But today they don't seem to want to show off for us. Does seem though like the clouds are slowly starting to roll in again, perhaps bringing some weather. Righty. Well, we have done all we can to see if the animals are going to come, but they don't want to. So I think in the meantime, let's head on over to Ukukoyo and see what is happening there. And what a difference in comparison to Djuma and Mashatu with the weather. It's completely cleared up. Of course, you know, this morning there was a massive cloud that was just sort of lingering around. And now it seems to slowly be disappearing, so that's a good thing. And as always, we do have some, there's a massive cloud still bypassing overhead. But as always, we have our zebras, our springbok. A lot of the animals coming to the waterhole. Well, hello, hello. Come down for water, please, zebras. We love it when you guys drink water. You make the prettiest photographs. Just want to give us a further look away for now, just for in case there are in fact elephants or something else coming from afar. Tony, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your comment there. Yes, indeed. The elephants are scarce today. And you know, we've had so many escape to natures where we have easily 2-3 sightings of elephants per location. So at Mashatu, Djuma and Ukukoyo. And it's just really humbled me so much, I have to be honest. Because it's just made me realize, you know, it's not a given. Specifically at Mashatu, yes, some days at Ukukoyo, you know, it can be a bit more quiet with elephant sightings, and other days you constantly have elephants around. But specifically at Mashatu, it's really, really made me realize, you know, you have to appreciate the sightings when you do in fact have them and not take them for granted, because, you know, we don't have... I wish we could, and I often joke about this, but I don't have the animals' access, email addresses. I don't have them on Facebook or any social media. So, yes, we can't actually plan these things, and you never know what is going to happen. So like today, as I say, it has not been a quiet day. I never like referring to a safari or any bush experience as quiet, because it's not quiet. We don't see everything that's going on out there. So, you know, in our minds we think, okay, well, we're not constantly visually stimulated, therefore it's quiet. That is not the truth. You can, however, say it was less action-filled, or, you know, in comparison to other days, there were less sightings, but it's never quiet. And that again just shows you, you know, how grateful we have to be for the animals when they do in fact show up, especially with us. You know, we are in a very, very fortunate position to be monitoring the water holes and just have the animals come to us. And I always think, oh, you know, there'll always be animals because it's water. It's not the case. Just because you have water doesn't mean the animals are going to come your way. Specifically, I think what is happening in Mashatu. Of course, you know, the day before yesterday, we had that quick rain. And it was quite a hefty storm. And it was only a mere 15 minutes from what I saw. But that being said, you know, we don't see everything. So we don't know which water holes it might have filled up a little more. Or which wallows it may have filled up a little more. Or puddles. So that might be the reason for it. Another reason could potentially be, you know, the animals know that more weather is coming, so they tend to stay deeper into the bush. But again, we don't know. So that is why we just have to enjoy it while we can, just like this. Just soak it all up. Andy, so that is I almost want to say a very difficult question or tricky question to answer. If animals can tell, all animals can tell when it's going to rain. Because from my experience, I've definitely seen, you know, the sort of patterns in their behavior when heavy weather or something is coming. But with regards to all animals, I don't know if all, you know, I'm not familiar with all of the animals around the world. So, but I do believe that animals are far, far, far more intelligent than we give them credit for. You know, of course, they are so tuned into all of their senses, their hearing, their smell, taste, everything. And of course, you know, they of course have the, what we call the Jacobson's organ, which communicates a lot of various things to the brain. So in terms of that, I do believe that they definitely know when it's going to rain or when there's heavy weather or when something is happening that is either potentially dangerous to them or could be of potential threat. So I definitely do believe all animals know when it's going to rain. But then again, we don't know everything. Of course, this is live and interactive. But if you were not able to see the whole show today, perhaps even our sunrise safari, our sunset safari, if there is perhaps something you missed or anything like that, you're more than welcome to check it out again on our app. It's super easy, super convenient. Check out all of the best bits of Escape to Nature, Sunrise Safari, Sunset Safari. Just see what you may have missed. Or like yesterday, you know. Yesterday, I did share with my significant other all of our various animal noises we made. And he had a good laugh. So definitely the app does help with that. If you want to tell anyone how crazy Lisa the naturalist is, or how fond Nick the naturalist is of photos, or, you know, any of the other naturalists you want to perhaps refer to or tell someone about, please do so on our app with Best Bits. It truly is turning out to be such a wonderful day here in Okukoyo, and I was rather wondered. Sorry, I was rather worried this morning when we started out because it looked really gloomy. I thought it was going to be a good 50-50 split between either super sunny or super stormy, and luckily it went the other way. But of course, that can also still change. We never know. Quentin, you would like to know which antelope species is more prominent here at Okukoyo. In my personal opinion, it would be the greater spotted rock antelope. No, from what I've seen, personally, in my opinion, I would say definitely the springbok. You literally see them every time. And again, I don't mean to take the animals for granted or anything. But the springbok is rather prominent in this area. And then I guess the kudu as well, but you won't see them as much as you do the springbok, for instance. So yes, that would be my final answer. Definitely the springbok. But I mean, that's what I love about Okukoyo. It is such a massive variety here that you can find. It's literally, the kudu, zebras, black rhino, elephants, lions, which is truly, truly incredible. And again, it's such a weird, for me personally, it's such a weird biome and topography area that you find. And yet the animals want to live here. Or they do live here, I should say. I'm not saying they chose to live here, but of course they do exist here. So they make it work, they adapt, do what they can and must.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly.
Of course, we've got our black-headed heron here, apart from the crows that are ever present as always. This beautiful bird that's actually standing in the water is a heron, a black-headed heron. He's probably just waiting for some food. Want to double check closely everywhere, because as we've realized by now, often we can overlook smaller birds or even predators, the jackals. Always just good to make extra sure amongst these very interesting rocks. JP, good afternoon, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You would like to know what I miss most about guide training. So, interesting fact about me, I actually never trained like most other naturalists. A lot of naturalists, actually went to what we call a training school or something like that, that you actually, you're literally camping and training and studying to become a guide. I did not do that. So, so I actually grew up in the industry. My family owned a lodge in the Sabi Sand, not too far from Djuma actually. And then my aunt also has private property there. So I was very fortunate growing up, going on safari from a young age. And then after school, I actually dated someone whilst I was working on a game reserve. And he really wanted to become a field guide or naturalist. And yes, then he wasn't very motivated, so I actually helped him study. And then within this time, everything just pretty much escalated. So I actually also wrote the exams, did the assessments and all of that, but I actually never had training as a guide. The only real training you could say that I had was literally in my off time when I was not working. I went on every possible safari with guides, just to sort of learn from them and pick up from them and all of that. So yes, I never actually had proper professional training like most other naturalists. And that's what I love about my job. Every day I'm still still learning. And yes, I think what I do miss though about guiding actively in the bush is the driving. Because honestly, that was, the best feeling to me in the world. And not to make this anything funny or whatever, but generally the reaction I got from guests when I picked them up from the airport, they were like, but you're a woman, you can't drive. And it was so much fun, seeing these guests' faces here by the end of their journey and their trip in what we had seen, how we had off-roaded, or like I've said, so many times, in the rain. Oh, a safari in the rain is so much fun, especially if you're not specifically looking for anything, you just want to have fun. So yes, that's what I miss most about, one of the things that I miss most about actively guiding is the actual driving. It's a lot of fun, especially if you also have to go into riverbeds, go over a lot of big rocks and stuff like that. You quickly learn how to deal with those sort of situations. But yes, in terms of actual professional guiding, or training I should say, I never had any of that. I'm still training. After 11 years, I'm still training. And any guide would tell you that. Or any naturalist, sorry. Getting tongue twisted now. But yes, any naturalist will tell you that. Whether you've been guiding for 5 years, 5 minutes, 55 years, you will always be learning if this is your passion. I'm really anxiously awaiting the day to see my lions again. I've only seen lions here at Ukokoya once, and it was actually at night, believe it or not. I have been sitting on the edge of my seat ever since. Got the heron, the blacksmith lapwing, and the springbok. What are you listening to? You can see definitely pregnant. Nice and round. Nadia, yes indeed, the lions would definitely have a lot to choose from here at Okokoyo. A massive buffet that they'll have a lot of options to. But no, definitely, of course, I think something like a springbok would be a good meal, but of course, the wildebeest, they will also be, depending on the size of the pride, of course. I mean, I've seen lions make a massive pride of 9 lions, and then they go for something silly like a baby impala. So that's literally like a McNugget to them. But of course, there are opportunistic hunters. I've seen many lions on a kill, and something just walk past and they'll still go for it. So there are in fact opportunistic hunters, just like, I don't know how many of you have a domestic cat as a pet, perhaps. If you walk past them too fast, or if you play with like a shoestring or something, they'll definitely go for that. So same with lions, they are very opportunistic. Something looks like a running meal or toy or something, they'll definitely take their chance. But yes, I'm still holding my breath for some elephants or rhinos or even lions here at Okokoyo. I have not yet seen them in the daylight, so that would definitely be a treat. But thank you so much for joining us, as always. It's been a wonderful day. Nick with all of his photography tips, and of course the rhino treating us to so much time with it, which is generally not the case. Sometimes they just disappear straight into the bush. So I'm so grateful that we did get to show you that today. But thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature, and we hope to see you again tomorrow, and hopefully it will be a bit more actionful tomorrow. But yes, what a day, and what a way to humble us and show us, that any animal sighting that we have, that there is in fact action in everything. We have to always appreciate that. So yes, but from myself, Lisa, as well as Nick, all the way in Kariga, we've really had a lot of fun with all of you today. And please stay tuned for Penguin Beach, and do join us this afternoon again for Sunset Safari. Please have a beautiful day or evening wherever you are, and thank you so much for today.